Yo, hello, hello. Alright. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me? With that, we are live. Alright, today was a very interesting day. It was pretty good. It went very good. I mean, it had its ups and downs, but thank you for you guys. Thank you guys to making this birthday of mine the most memorable one ever because it was amazing. Thank you so much. I was so happy this year. It was hands down one of the best birthdays I ever had. It was just amazing. It's just treats after treats after treats. You know, it was so good. Today I just woke up like, man, I slept pretty well today. I just woke up like 10 or 11. Like, it was pretty freaking late. So I woke up and then went to have breakfast and then I was back. And then, what do you got? And then I had some breakfast and then got back and then my relatives came to my house, which is, being an introvert is never gonna work well with relatives. Yeah. But my grandmother came from she's not that far away, but she is a little bit far away. What actually is by animation stuff. Let me pull up some of the videos I want to watch today, and then we can react, and then we can play the game I played yesterday if I feel like it. Oh yeah, I can talk about that too, like the X3 chip. Yeah, I can talk about that. Yeah, because I have that fucking thing. Greatest CPU of all time. What a freaking joke. It's a scam. Greatest GPU ever made. AMD.
There's me.
Best value for money. Let's freaking go. That was essentially Wild House. Oh yeah, I can watch that Ashes of Creation. Yes, baby, I can watch that. That's gonna be gold. That's gonna be good. Uh, I will hide it in mode. Post gaming. Yeah, man. What's going on with the Genshin? Any new news?
Hey everyone, well,
Maybe best RPG of all time. I want to see that. I am interested on Path of Exile. Path of Exile. Path of Exile. Yo, people! Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the wish. How you doing? How you doing? Happy year once again. Where you been in my last birthday celebration? Like celebration? Yeah, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it, man. Uh-oh. Oh no. What did it close? Oh, ask me go. Okay. I think we can reopen that. No problem, yo. How you doing? How you doing? I'm doing great. You guys make my birthday so good. It was one of my best days ever. Thank you guys. Look at Crimson Heart. Why does me good. What about you? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Like I said, it was one of my happiest birthday ever.
there's me right.
Okay.
Ashes
And I don't think I had a cake. Like I didn't get a cake because it was my sister's treat. So I was like, she asked me, "You can pick one. Do you want cake or do you want ice cream?" I was like, uh, cake. I can't eat it too much because it's too sweet. So it kind of gives me a little bit of a allergy, I could say. But I was just went for ice cream. And now I'm the kind of coughing. I got a cold. It just got both ways. Oh, why not got both and go for the cake and ice cream? Oh, well, you did got it like in like a collaboration of freaking what do you call it? Ice cream cake, but it was weird. I think it's called casarata or something. Casarata, casata. Yeah, it's like an ice cream cake. You know, man. All right, which one? Oh yeah, that person that yesterday gave me a video to watch about. I hope if he shows up, I could just pull that up as well. Yeah, Kasarada is fine too. Yeah, I just got that. It's just a small piece. I didn't really enjoy. Uh, it didn't taste that amazing, but that's pretty much it. But it was pretty good. Like I enjoyed my ice cream. Oh boy. I ate that thing till my throat get freaking clogged. Because I literally feel it, it's just the ice cream fucking up my throat, but I still kept going anyway. Once again. Okay, testing, testing. Hello, hello. Right, hello, hello. Rix. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? I just got back. You just had a distraction. Once that's been over, I think we are back. I think hopefully this time I won't get interrupted when I'm speaking. Looking annoying. But I think we are good. Probably. How you doing? Welcome to stream. Hope you're doing good. Oh yeah, let's see what else we can watch. Mm, let's see. It's a huge disappointment. What if a lore of Elden Ring is insane? I can watch that. Do you guys want to watch a lore of Elden Ring? Yeah, that sounds good, right? Yeah, we can watch that. Why the fuck not? The important thing I really give a shit about in Elden Ring is probably the lore. It was quite interesting. I Is this just the lore about Mitra? I think that could be the case. How the hell did he manage to make it? Like a 1 hour video about Mitra. Okay, it's just a random boss in a random dungeon. Okay, let's watch the
After
AMD
seeing
video.
just how well the Ryzen 5800 X3D still performs against the latest and greatest CPUs, would you say it's as quote-unquote legendary as great CPUs like the Q6600, i7 920?
It's so bullshit. People, this is the problem with the X3D. AMD just brainwashed these people that FPS is the only thing that matters. So they, as soon as they see the freaking FPS, let me show you what I mean. Like as FPS, they just see that and then that's the fastest processor ever, right? But the problem with that is FPS only matters if you want higher FPS. Like if you are playing an FPS game, like a Fortnite, uh, Call of Duty, what else is there? Yeah, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I mean, thank you. Really appreciate it. Call of Duty, Fortnite are esports games, right? So when you play that, the X3D will be helping you significantly because it will push the FPS like in the 400 range, right? But as soon as you lock your course, you are done. That's the problem. Like when you lock your course, not lock your course, like lock your FPS. My bad, my bad. I just missaid it. Lock your FPS, like Elden Ring, and then the other game I played, and then every other AAA game, they are aiming for 60 FPS, right? As soon as you are pushing for that, and you just want a 60 hertz gameplay, your X3D doesn't do anything. Trust me. Like, I have an X3D processor. There is not much of a difference in FPS between NVIDIA and AMD. Oh, yeah, that's true. But AMD has a stutter. AMD GPUs have stutters, even though there is a reason why AMD GPUs are selling for cheap. I have a full AMD system. You know, it's a stuttery mess. Look at this. Let's go through the 3D. For now, I'm talking about the processors, right? So let's see about that, and then we can go back to the GPUs because it's a disaster. I would not recommend freaking buying an AMD GPU ever Because I will guarantee, here's the thing. I can say, in this surface of this planet, you can run any game in an NVIDIA GPU. Can you say that the same to AMD? Can you say the same sentence to AMD GPU? Probably not. In most cases, AMD will crash and burn. That's the only issue with the AMD and NVIDIA. You can say, because most of the games are freaking made with NVIDIA and made for NVIDIA GPUs, so you better off buying an NVIDIA GPU. You know? Same goes for Intel. AMD been AMD has been there for a long time, right? But Intel only changed the architecture like in the past 5 years. They just still have that same monolithic die. I think for the past 20 years or something. So every program is made it towards that processor, and then AMD just came in like in 2016 or something with the Ryzen processor. So it's just a new architecture that didn't even able to keep up, and then they failed miserably. This is the problem right there. The 56800 X3D, right? Look at this X3D, the greatest processor in AM4 platform. This is a basic bitch from Intel. You see the single thread rating right here? It's actually weaker than an Intel basic bitch. This is an i5 and an i7 is losing in a single thread performance. This will show up when you lock your FPS at 60 and play a AAA game. This will hit it so hard. The funny part is, here's the thing. But I will admit one thing. If you have 7000 series, this is the thing. If you have 7000 series, your single thread is still up there. Still, they are behind. That's the problem. Like, single thread always wins every time. It doesn't matter. What's this? A 7800 X3D losing to a 12600K in a single thread core performance by 5%. Why is that? And this thing is even like 6 times faster, right? As soon as you put a freaking Intel processor that competes with this thing, like in terms of price, it will destroy AMD. Like AMD has never been the best CPU ever, but that's just the mainstream channel just says that it is the fastest because it pulls a freaking 300 FPS in a CSGO, 500 FPS in a fucking Valorant, and then they show that and then say Intel is weaker. Hell fucking no. Nobody, people do play, some people do play on FPS game. That's the scenario. That's like such a scenario that 3D works very well. Like in FPS games and simulation games. So if you simulate anything, single core processor, it never been. Look at this. It's lower than how many percentage? I mean, multi-core is up there, but still, this is a 6 core. This is eight core. You know, so multi-core they made it. But people say the 9000 series is disappointing, right? But what they did, AMD did a big thing. They figured out the problem they had with their single core processor and they made it faster. So AMD finally able to catch up or even beat Intel in single core with the 9000 series. It took them how many series? Ryzen 1600, not 1700, 1600, 1000, 2000, 3000, 5000, and then 7000. And then we got a 8000, which is dog shit as well. And then a 9000. So it took them 5 generations to keep up with Intel in terms of single core performance. You know, do not see. You will, in any scenario, when you see just the FPS, this processor will beat Intel. It is true. But it only beats in certain games. Like as soon as a game that can't go past 60 FPS, your 3D cache means nothing. freaking X3D chip, like a 5700 X3D. It pulls fucking 400 FPS in Valorant, sure. But Elden Ring can't go past 60, and then the Radon does one attack, and then my FPS just drops to 23. You know? Because that fucking game runs on a single thread. I don't know how to show my task manager, but I wish I can. It literally uses a single box in your CPU grid. If you open your task manager and then see it. Well, this is only a test. No, because I got freaking scammed buying an AMD processor, so I am just letting you guys know, never buy a freaking AMD ever. You know? So I guess just giving you an awareness, you could say. It's just, I don't know, man. The mainstream media, if you talk about this, they will just be hostile towards you and then never let you speak about it, you know? But this is the dark truth. This L3 cache is a crutch. If this is so good, how come Intel never tried it? You know? Because they know it's a crutch, so they just went for a single core performance and then rocked the freaking cores. You know? AMD is always behind because everything is just a compromise with AMD. Like, you can't have multiple cores in a single die, so they just made multiple dies. You can't have higher clock speeds. Your RAM fucks up your tuning, so they just made a compromise, making the 3D cache. You see how it works? It's just a compromise with the architecture itself is just a band-aid over a band-aid, you know? Like, it's just odd, you could say. It's just, they make it cheap. That's why it's cheap. Because it's lower quality, you know? It's cheaper for a reason. Like, if you play VR, maybe, but I don't play VR anymore. I'm sorry, I'm out of everything. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for dropping by. So it's just, I think 9000 series is pretty good. Like, you buy this, even though it has a shit single core performance, you still buy this or you go for 9000. That's it. AMD process, do not buy anything else. Don't even think about buying the X3D. It's just a freaking joke.
An i7 20.
It is legendary in which way? I don't get it. I just don't understand it. Like,
600K. Considering just how much longer the CPU has extended the lifespan of the AM4 platform is astonishing and probably deserves a special place in history as a result.
Hello.
I'm going to go on the record here and say I think the 5800 X3D is
aged like milk.
Is one of the best CPU releases ever. And just the whole philosophy behind it, I think, is extraordinary. Because we had a situation when Intel had a monopoly effectively on CPUs where you would have a motherboard, therefore a platform that would last for 2 generations, and then you'd move on to the next platform.
Intel did it with their 12th gen anyway. 12th gen, 13th gen, and 14th gen can run on the same motherboard. Like, it's not a big deal, you know? Related happy birthday. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And so on and so forth. And AMD could have just stuck with that sort of model. Obviously, they extended it a bit with AM4. But there came a point where they could have transitioned across to AM5 and left AM4 behind forever. But instead, they produced the 5800 X3D. And those benchmarks, I mean, there are some games where it does lag behind. It's not like a be-all and end-all. But it's still up there. It's still doing extremely well.
Yeah,
and as we talked about earlier, there's a lot of people out there with lower...
The games I would recommend running for comparison is Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Plague Tale Requiem, and then the free Guns Blazing. Run that shit on AMD.
and Ryzen chips on the
You see what I
AM4
mean?
platform. And we've got this kind of
I
perfect
mean, the
storm
Jedi Server
now
runs on
where
crap like any processor,
you
but
don't
even
even have to
Elden
have
Ring
the
is kind of
5800
having
X3D. The
pips,
5700
you know.
X3D is almost as fast. And DDR4 memory, I mean, obviously there's variable pricing changes all the time, but you know, you can pick up good memory at a very low price now. So, you know, basically what's happened there is that a platform that came out, I think in 2017, is still viable, still produces great results in 2024.
Not at all.
Which is, I think,
As soon as
astonishing.
you
I
run
think
any game
AMD
that uses a
deserve
single thread,
kudos
you
for
are
that.
done. You're
And
so
to the
fucked.
point where, you know, the
I just
X3D
learned it in a
concept in
hard way.
general is
I'm
actually
never gonna
now
buy an
causing them
AMD ever
problems
again.
with their new
I am done.
releases.
They
But, you know, in terms of
are
being
so shady and so scummy in terms of their performance charts. It's just freaking hilarious. You know?
consumer friendly, that's fantastic. What I will say, though, the only sort of caveat to that is that
Like it's just I cannot believe what I was seeing. Like, yeah, will it run Snake Game? Probably. At 30 FPS maybe. Like, I cannot believe, like, I have 3D VGS. I literally have this chip in my computer. And then this is what happened when I played Elden Ring. Like, what the fuck? You know? Like, you guys, I know, played that 23 FPS like 10 times, so I am not gonna play it again. But when I launched Elden Ring and fought Radon, it I don't know why it showed 23 FPS. Like, it literally dropped to 23. Like, why? What happened?
up
You
until
know?
the release of 5800 X3D,
And then I just pulled the task manager and then put it on my second monitor and then looking at it, there is just the single box just at 100%. Everything is just at like 25, 25, 25. You know, I was like, ah, fuck, there it is. There it is. This speaks volume, you know. I was like, okay, oh, fuck, you know. Oh, fuck, there it is. This thing is, it's so pathetic. It's like the Intel 10th generation, you know. Like in a single thread, the problem with that is due to the X3D is like a sandwich, you know. So they sandwich into the processor and the cage. So it's on one top of each other, right? So because of that, if your processor clocks higher, it will make more heat. And then the cage does not like heat. So it will just glitch out your whole processor and then fry itself. So in order to fix that, they lowered the clock speed of the processor, so in order to keep the heat in check. So that's why every X3D chip is just comes with locked. You can't overclock them or anything. You know, giving us bad stuff because the other company is comparison upon them. Yeah, they are trying to compete with each other, and then Intel just now blowing up their CPUs. You guys seen this news, right? Intel CPUs, the new generation, literally frying itself. You know, it was just brutal. Just to get those benchmark scores higher, they literally giving us a CPU that literally clocks itself so high, it will go into so high frequency, it just dies. Just to get that score higher. You know, it's just bad. I had a funniest term. When I was looking at that video, it's called suicide vaulting. So it just vaults itself, giving it so much electricity, it just commits suicide. The Intel chip. It's just stupid as hell. It's insane. Okay, let's continue. Like, why would you make a processor like that? It just commits seppuku when it wants to do more better? Like, what? Vegeta fighting Mario. But yeah, it just blows itself in order to do damage.
there
True.
was
Literally.
a problem with
That's
BIOS
so spot
updates
on.
for AMD, for AM4 boards, whereby, you know, some boards were not getting support for the latest AM4 chips, and a lot of reasons were put forward for that. But suddenly, when Intel became a lot more competitive with Alder Lake 12th Gen Core, those issues disappeared, and BIOSes appeared for virtually every AM4
That's
board
funny.
that allowed you
yeah.
to use everything up to the
As
5800
soon as
XT.
Intel, look what he's saying. As soon as Intel gave any sort of competition, they immediately went back and then fixed every issue the AM4 had, and then gave every motherboard a BIOS update. Like, you see how lazy these guys are?
So
Like,
you
how
know, you
lazy
still
AMD
require
is coming?
competition there, but you know, I do think that the 5800 X3D and AM4 in general is just
The AMD is pulling an Intel now.
legendary.
We've been stuck with
Alex?
4 cores for the
I
5
would
years,
say
right?
it's a legendary CPU up there with the greats. I only want to give out a technical difference regarding the ones that were listed.
No,
Is the things that made the 2600K, the
it's a
i7-920, as well
facade,
as
it's
the
a scam.
Q6600, as well as like the old Celeron.
This CPU is only worth it if you play esports game. Esports or simulation. Anything else, it's dog shit.
Was the overclockability, and I think everyone really remembers that you could get like 40 to
Not to mention the
40% more
chiplet latency in
performance
the AMD.
almost on some of these chips versus stock frequency, just
Yes.
by bumping certain things really simply, and they were already so usually power efficient that it was fine.
Oh yeah, I can
And
agree
I think
that
that was just the most amazing part back then, where the average user could
AMD is
just
pretty
load up their
power efficient.
motherboard, BIOS, and just really get incredible, lots more performance out of the box. And I thought that was great. That's different now, and that's the only technical difference I wanted to mention, because now overclocking is purely automatic for the most part.
It seems to be more power related.
Yes.
Yeah, which opens the door to higher sustained frequency. Oliver.
Yes, I mean, I think it's a great processor. It's very efficient. It's competitive with processors that are much more advanced in terms of their process node, in terms of their nominal architecture. It made a great innovation in terms of CPU configuration that hasn't today been matched by the competition. And I think critically, you know, the innovation of the Vcache enabled it to overcome some of the limitations of
Bad
the
stuff
AM4
because you know
platform,
other companies.
like the
That's
slow
true.
memory
I
speeds.
mean,
you
Intel
couldn't
kind of
see
came
with
into the
DDR4
GPU market,
because,
but the
especially with
AMD
those
is
older
still,
Ryzen processors, they
they're
tended
not
to
doing
be
it that
quite
much.
constrained, or at least kind of scaled a lot with memory speed.
Yeah.
And in this case, you were getting a tool to overcome that to quite a substantial degree and make the processor less dependent on memory speed, which I think is quite a critical innovation. The only thing that would really come up against it in my mind is that it's a great gaming processor. It's not as good of a multi-purpose processor because it does have more limited clock.
You see that wink right there? Because he is afraid. He is afraid to say it. It's dog shit on single core performance. So he just said it's not good at everything. It's just that beating around the bush, you know, that finesse, that going over the back end. You know, it's greatest processor, but it doesn't do certain things. What certain things? You mean this? Where it's dog shit in single threaded performance? Is that what you mean? They will never say it because their channel will die if they say that.
Rates
I don't
relative
freaking
to
care.
its 8
I'm an end user, but I got fucked over besides listening to these kind of videos, listening to it, thinking that AMD is the greatest processor ever, and then I bought it. That Elden Ring, bitch goes to 20 FPS when the boss gives an attack. Computer has an aneurysm every time the Windows boots.
or contemporaries
Like, what is this?
from Zen 3. Obviously, it's not quite
Oh my god, the AMD GPU, holy shit, dude. Man. The AMD 6700 XT, I'm still stuck with it. Holy shit, it was bad. It was miserable.
up to that same level in terms of clock speed.
I'm kind of playing a new game. You will see what I mean. It's a stutter. It's a stroke fest, you know?
Not going to give you the best multi-purpose, multi-workload performance.
You
Still
see?
pretty good because it still isn't 8
You know,
core.
it's not bad. It's just still good. It's pretty good, but it's not multi-purpose. Like what? Come on, say it as it is. Just put it down. Call a spade a spade. Why it's so hard, to be honest?
Zen 3 at reasonable clock rates, but it's like you're not going to light the world on fire in Cinebench if that's your concern. So
It's not going to
That's the
even
only, that's the
compete.
only
It's going to die.
caveat. But it's a fantastic gaming processor, and it's absolutely
No, it's not. It's going to age like milk. It's already aged like milk.
just a great chip.
I just love the whole thought process that must have created the X3D line, where, you know, obviously somebody.
It's not just this site. Go to any site. This processor will get destroyed by TOL 400F. Let me show you. This is another site I was looking at, right? Look at this. 7162. This is an i5. This processor launched for 12K. 12,000. So that's like $130. This processor launched for 300. And it loses. Not to mention this thing is supposed DDR5. I put a DDR5 and then this thing will just decimate this thing. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to see and talk about this because I was misinformation makes me mad.
This isn't actually down to the CPU at all. It's just our cache isn't big enough. Let's put this other. Let's add to the cache hierarchy with this massive fast memory that will just lump on top of it. Job done.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is fantastic. But as you
There's
say,
water
Oliver, it does
leaking
mean
just
that
to
its
bring in
utility is basically limited
plug the hole
to
with
gaming
some
only.
cement.
But, you know, that's kind of what
We'll
we're
think
here
about
for.
it later.
And I do think it is a
That's what AMD is doing all the time.
concept, as I'll say it again, 2017 board is still great today. Is laudable.
House on fire. Let's go to the another corner where there is no fire. We will be fine.
So
that's the AMD's philosophy right there.
AM4 boards, the later ones had PCIe Gen 4.
Right.
Yep.
It's just hilarious. It's the problem with that is you will never convince the people that it's not a good product because people all they see is just it's cheap and it just beats it in the FPS, right? They will just see that and then say AMD is the best processor. You know? It's kind of sad though.
You know, every time I see more gameplay for Path.
Hey, let me put their link. Give me a second. You guys can check their channel. They talk about what do you call it? They talk about game reviews, and if the games run like crap, they will say it as it is. They don't have any bias on that one. So you guys, if you want to see a game performance, you can see their channel. It's pretty good. I watch them for that kind of content.
Path of Exile 2, I'm honestly blown away. Like, this game is looking so good. I almost can't believe it. Part of the reason I can't believe it is because Path of Exile is already doing very well. The game is consistently one of the most played on all of Steam and has only been growing in...
I mean, I think in the last video I just said, I'm going to clip that and put it sometime later. He said Jedi Survivor ran like dog shit, and then I showed a clip, it ran like dog shit, you know? It was so good. He said, he described the exact scenario, what I complained about. He said it word by word. I literally showed what he said. It was that good.
Popularity since its release in 2013. In fact, they just hit their all-time peak 3 weeks ago. The game is 11 years old, and after all that time, they are continuing to attract more players. That is crazy. What's even crazier, though, is that with Path of Exile 2, it looks like they actually have the potential to reach an even larger audience, thanks to all the improvements, updates, and the new stuff that's coming.
How the fuck this is a free-to-play game that's coming out? This looks way better than Diablo 4. What do you guys think?
I mean, it sounds insane considering how well Path of Exile is still doing today. But yes, I do think there's a very good chance Path of Exile 2 will be even more popular and more successful. Now, part of this is thanks to a pretty major decision that they made just a few years ago, because initially Path of Exile 2 was planned to just be an update for the base game, but then they decided to spin it off into its own proper and full-blown sequel, and in that process, they have improved just about everything, which we have seen on full display.
Path of Exile 1 became too big, so people can't really grind games just to make YouTube video. True.
like this past year or so. I think probably one of the biggest, most immediate standouts are the improvements to the overall look of the game. Even with getting updates over the years, Path of Exile has been showing its age. It's not exactly the prettiest looking game, and although that ultimately doesn't matter, clearly with how popular it is, a visual touch-up I think is a nice and part of what will draw.
This game does a Path of Exile. You need a strong CPU for that. Single core. Like I said, this game will run like crap on AMD.
Unless you have the latest one. More fresh players. Because yeah, the visuals in Path of Exile 2 just looks.
That is the reason. This is the thing. Many people complain about most games are not optimized in the Reddits and other stuff because they have the AMD CPUs that have shit single core performance. Games need single core performance so much. It doesn't give a fuck about cache that much. It's so rare, you know. Like
so
a handful of games that uses cache, obviously they do. Like simulations, FPS and stuff like that. But many games are still single threaded. Many programs are like that too.
General graphics, things like the environment, the lighting, the effects and character models, but also how much better the combat itself looks, particularly talking about things like attack and spell animations. Combat in Path of Exile has always felt a little lacking to me, just in terms of like the raw impact feel. I know that things get going late game once your build is firing on all cylinders and you're tearing through levels, screen clearing hordes of enemies. Like I get it, there is satisfaction to be had there, but I'm just talking even like straight out the gate, smacking zombies with a stick on the beach or tossing out a fireball. There has always been a little bit of a lack of oomph and impact to Path of Exile every time that I've played it, and the devs clearly agree because they have addressed it, emphasizing on numerous occasions how much work they've done to improve the feel of gameplay. This includes updating animations, sounds, and working to improve the input latency, three of the biggest factors in how any game feels to play, along with adding more mobility to the game. Nearly every single melee and many range skills now have some built-in movement to them. Attack direction can be adjusted post-activating skills, letting you track moving targets mid-animation, and they've added a base level dodge for every single character in the game. All of this extra movement really opens up a lot of options for encounter design, where in Path of Exile 1 you either had to take up a slot for a dedicated movement skill, or just
I tried to play that game, but it doesn't have that continuous story. It shows you like a little bit of things at the start, and then like here we go, have fun, and then it just completely ditches you inside the game, and people just get overwhelmed and quit. You know, it has to have like on the rails story in order to have player retention. Like player can't pay attention to the
walk out of the way of an enemy attack now because there is so much more additional movement built into abilities on top of the
after you finish the main lobby story, it's just
they can design boss fights and encounters with all of that extra movement in mind. They've also mentioned just trying to slow down the pacing of combat a little bit, at least in the early and mid game. Like sure, once it comes late game, you're going to be probably seeing that zoom fest that you're used to watching Path of Exile 1 in-game stuff today, but at least to start, looks like they're trying to rein in that pacing just a little bit. So yeah, I mean, across the board, this game just looks significantly better, from those base visuals to the look and feel of gameplay. And I'm really glad that they made that decision to pivot from Path of Exile 1 just getting an update to making a full-blown sequel, because taking that extra time to make these improvements I think was a good move. Like when they first revealed Path of Exile 2 in 2019, yeah, it looked like an upgrade to the game, but it didn't look that much better. But they have come a very long way since in those 5 years, and PoE 2, yeah, it looks significantly better across the board. The general visuals, the animations, the gameplay, the environment, the lighting, everything looks better. And like I said, I think that's gonna draw more people into the game, to what's already a wildly successful game. But beyond how the game looks, another major standout is the amount of depth and interactions in the gameplay. Now, those familiar with Path of Exile, you're gonna be no stranger to this, but there's just a lot of cool stuff. It's like every time I've watched a new class walkthrough that they've showcased, there's some like systems and mechanics that have me going like, holy crap, that looks so dope. So let's talk about some of them. So take the Witch, for example. This is the curse dealing and necromancy minion summoning class who can summon in a horde of armies.
This is my class, because I don't want to play the game. I just run around it, just looking at the seats. Your minions will just do the job for you. I love this class, man. This is my favorite class in the whole genre. Like this class, and then the summoner. You know, you just summon some minions so that they just do your bidding. You never get your hands dirty. You know, even if you kill some NPCs, you'll be like, ah, that's not me. I didn't kill you. My summons did. You know, it's so it's fun. Like Summoner is the best.
But there's just like a ton of cool interactions beyond just like, okay, you're summoning up a couple of different minion types and you have like one ability that they can do, right? Beyond doing just basic attacking. There's so much more. So
I used to play Phantasy Star Online, the base game, and I was a summoner because it was so fun. Like you will stay like in half a kilometer away from the boss, and then your pet just fights the boss. And here's the thing. Here's the stupidest bullshit I pulled with that game. So you are fighting the boss from half a kilometer away, and then your minion
Looks like
fights the
someone's
boss.
mad.
You know? No, I'm just having fun. How are you doing? Welcome, Kevin. Thank you for dropping by. So I was fighting the boss, right? Oh, wait, I'm just standing there, then my minion is fighting the boss. Let's be honest. So, here's the thing. When the minion dies, I can revive it. And when I die... What's up, you're doing here? What about you? When the minion dies, I can heal him and then I can revive him. And then if I take the fatal damage, like if the boss kills me, instead of me dying, the minion dies for me. So I just loop it around back and forth and then basically had a character that never dies. What a fucking game that was. And then they came up with the next game, like the Phantasy Star Online New Genesis. They removed that feature and then I quit the game. You know, once you have a character that basically immortal, you cannot go back. It's done. Ad. Yo, thank you for watching the ad. You guys are supporting me. Yes, sir, supporting me watching that. It's just a short one. Don't worry.
Starters, using the Spirit resource, which is a new additional resource in Path of Exile 2, you're able with the Witch to allocate the exact type and number of each minion you want, picking your own preferred composition for your minion party. There are going to be a lot of options to choose from. We've seen warriors, storm mages, clerics, reavers, snipers, arsonists, and there will be more. So each one of those will use a certain amount of spirit, and then from your max spirit pool, you will pick and choose that composition of how many of each of these you want. You could go full warrior with some clerics, mix in some reavers and snipers, whatever combo you want. It's totally up to you. Really cool there. You can command them to do a lot of stuff. Like, yes, you can say, hey, go attack that enemy, but you can also tell your army to move to a particular location. You can even have them open doors and chests. Then beyond doing basic attacks, many minions will have a command skill, which is like an active ability. So the sniper skeletons can call down poison clouds, arsonists can detonate any low health minions, and the reavers can be enraged to deal increased damage. There's also temporary minions. They show
this is gonna annihilate your computer. Look at this guy.
Reavers can be
Look how many things just running around here. This is just a single core destroyer. This will kill your CPU.
Enraged to deal increased damage. There's also
like, that's the thing. The more amount of things in your screen at the same time, the harder your CPU have to work in order to render the polygons, you know. So every game nowadays wants to use the freaking Unreal Engine because it is the best engine ever, you know. So what it does is just increases the polygons inside the same area significantly higher, even though with the Lumen it doesn't do much. So your CPU gets hit harder. You know, GPU doesn't matter anymore. Here's the thing: you can put DLSS, FSR, XeSS, freaking every fake frame, DLSS frame generation. You know, you can have so many bullshit that gets your FPS higher, but you will get CPU bound. That's the problem.
So temporary.
Now, we are in a time period that the CPU is trying to keep up with the GPU.
Minions. They showed things like this spell called Unearth.
Yeah, the funny part is in certain games, I seen this in a video or something, At 3900K, the fastest CPU in the world bottlenecks the 4090. It is that bad. Our fastest CPU in the world bottlenecks the 4090. In
which
certain
creates these
scenarios.
scorpion-like bone constructs, along with the summon zombies ability, where
Because
you can just
your
summon
CPU
up a
is not
zombie
fast
from any
enough.
dead corpse. Now, any of these temporary minions will then also be enhanced by debuffs that you place on the corpses prior to them dying. So say, for example, you poison an enemy, it dies. If you summon a zombie from that corpse, it's going to result in a poison-imbued zombie. And as if that wasn't enough, this is the coolest thing. You can capture any slain enemy in the game and then summon them as your own permanent minion. I think beyond
Oh, that's cool. Oh, permanent minion. That's even better. I had this feature
like
in
axe
Wusan.
bosses and stuff, the regular enemies and
that's
the
just
elite
ripped off.
enemies can be captured and summoned as permanent minions for your army. How about the ranger though? So for the
Oh, that's so good. I want to play this game. Like, if I want to play this game, that's solo leveling on a nutshell. You kill the bitch and then you make it your slave.
ranger, it's like a bow class. They said the aim is agility, the dream being like a fast bow game.
That's so solo leveling, dude. Hell yeah, I'm playing this
Play
game
Legolas style, and with
Idiot.
that they're going to want characters to be able to move while using most every attack, with just getting a slight speed penalty while you're attacking. But beyond a few exceptions, they really don't want you rooted in place pretty much ever. So beyond moving while attacking, there's also a variety of move skills, like they showed Frost Escape, where you jump back, shoot a frost arrow on the ground that can then freeze enemies, and you can follow it up with a heavy hitting attack. The ranger's got a bunch of different arrow types, like poison burst arrows, arc lightning arrows, freezing, and fire. Some examples of different abilities include Snipe, the skill shot with a precise window timing, so you can use this to follow up on any CC'd enemies, like ones that are frozen or stunned. And if you properly time this, you're gonna get a guaranteed critical strike and a small AoE. There are these lightning rod attacks where you can shoot rods into the sky, they rain down, sticking to the ground, and then this creates this bouncing, arcing lightning. You can stack these for more and more damage. Or they got ability with poisons, like being able to put down poison plants and summon poison clouds, and then all this poison can be combusted with any of your fire skills. There's just a lot of really
it doesn't
interesting
look flashy,
interaction.
though. That's the only problem I have. It doesn't look flashy. If you see Lost Ark,
With
You
pretty
know what
much
I mean.
all of the classes in this game. Rangers even have their own pet that is also a mount, so while you're not mounted,
I think it's better. I kind of like it. Even though it's not flashy, but you know clearly what's happening in the screen.
it's just going to attack like a minion, but
So
then
it's
you can
just a
mount on it,
both
getting
ways,
that
you know?
increased movement speed and shoot from its back using your abilities with no penalties. Pretty neat. How about the mercenary? This is really cool looking. It's basically like an ARPG version of a Call of Duty character. They said they've really fully embraced trying to make it feel like it was pulled directly from a shooter, and I do think the addition of WASD movement beyond click to move definitely makes
That's Van Helsing right there.
this playstyle work
That's
way
good. This is good.
better. So mercenaries use variations of crossbows that basically represent
So
different types
you can play as an American in this
of
game.
guns like snipers, shotguns, and assault rifles. Depending on the crossbow and the ability that you're using, you can equip 2 of these at any time, depending on what playstyle you're going for. Now, beyond these different crossbows representing different
shotgun is
types of
badass.
like shooting weapons, there are different ammo types which further enhance things. There's
That's
armor.
a unique class. I never seen a class like that in any game ever. Like any ARPG, I think Lost Ark kind of has a variant of that. Not just shoots them in the face with a shotgun variant. you know?
Piercing for AoE, Incendiary for damage over time, and Permafrost to chill and freeze
Yeah,
enemies.
thank you,
Crossbows
thank
have
you.
attachments, which are
Thank you for
effectively
the
like
wish.
extra skills
Thank you,
that
I
can
appreciate
be
it.
augmented by support gems. These attachments can fire a variety of grenades, from basic damage-dealing explosive ones to flash grenades that stun, or oil grenades that slow and can also be ignited. And then depending on the ammo you have equipped, your skills are going to do different things. So for example, the armor-piercing rapid shot will fire
bad time. I
a
hope
quick
you had an
succession
amazing
of
time.
bolts,
Thank you,
dealing
sleep
a lot
well,
of damage
sleep
and
well,
chipping
Dexter.
away enemy
Thank you for
armor.
dropping
However,
by.
if
Really
you
appreciate
use
it, man.
rapid shot with the permafrost
Thank you.
ammo, it's going to then also leave a trail of ice crystals on the ground, which
Sleep well, sweet
explode when
dreams.
enemies walk over them. If you use the rapid shot with incendiary ammo, it works sort of like an LMG. The attack will ramp up. The longer you hold it, the more damage it does. And also, while it's heated up, it makes it so that your grenades, when you launch them, they deal extra fire damage. It's just so much variety. Or how about the power shot crossbow, a different crossbow type that sort of represents the sniper archetype. If you use this with a incendiary ammo, it basically turns it into a rocket launcher. And those rocket launcher shots you can use to like instantly activate
so
nearby
good.
grenades. You can use frost ammo with the power shot crossbow, which creates an ice barrier on the ground. There's just, again, so many different interactions and crossbows with this class when you're talking about the crossbow type, the attack that you're using, and then the ammo type. I'm just really
When
actually
this game
super
is coming
interested to see
out?
like what mercenary endgame
Path
builds
of
look
Exile,
like,
let
because
me see it.
already it seems like there's so many layers to all of this. Speaking of layers, how about the druid? So the druid transforms in the human form. You're a caster that controls the elements, but then you can also turn into several different wild beasts. So far, they have showed off bear
Oh, it's just
form. Now you're
amazing.
automatically going
Okay.
to transform when using any human or shape-shifting skills. So if you use Maul, for example, you will turn into a bear and start smacking away on your hind legs. But then if you cast Lightning Storm, it's going to turn you back into a human, so on and so on. In the bear form, you got this mechanic called Rage. Like Maul will build your rage. The more rage you have, the more damage you deal. There's even a
Rage
visual
bar.
indicator for how full this is, with the runes get growing in
Oh,
intensity
rage
on your back.
bar.
The
You
more
have
rage
no
you
idea.
have.
I
There are
just-
certain skills like
But I
Rampage
have
that will
rage
consume
bar
your
by
rage.
default.
This has you charging forward, mowing everything down
You
in your
know?
path, slamming your
I
paws
just
on the
rage on
ground.
the
The more
bear.
rage you have, not only does it deal more damage, but it lasts longer, letting you travel further. Then there's other abilities and interactions with the bear, like you've got Furious Slam, where you create the slam on the ground. It does like an earthquake that can stun enemies. You can dodge out of various transformations and attack animations. You got Seismic Cry, which pushes enemies back and has a chance to stun them. And then heavily stunned enemies near any War Cry that you do cause the next slam to cast twice. And then this can be used in conjunction with other skills, like you got this volcano. You can place a volcano on the ground, it shoots out projectiles. The longer you hold it, it erupts for more projectiles, deal more damage. But then when you slam next to a volcano, that like disruption in the ground causes more projectiles to spew out. And then you can combine that with everything, all the aforementioned stuff, to like double slam and then charge slam as you're roaring forward. That's just, dude, the levels and layers of interactions. It's so dope, seriously. And that is just some of the cool stuff that we've seen from the classes when they've done these
Oh
gameplay
god, that
walkthroughs
game
thus
is
far.
coming
There's
out
almost
tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. Let's go.
certainly more coming, as the game will be
Okay.
launching with 12 different playable base classes, and then each of those base classes have 3 ascendancies for a total of 36 different subclasses to choose from. Now, in terms of the list of planned content and features, well, that too is pretty impressive. There's going to be 6 acts to play through in the campaign. Within each act are a bunch of segmented areas, and then every one of those areas contains a boss fight in some capacity. The result of this is over 100 unique bosses in the game, each with their own mechanics and attack patterns, but also they're going to look different because the developer has emphasized that these bosses will not just be upscaled versions of normal or elite enemies. Shots fired. The fights that they've showcased, I gotta say, they look really interesting. Like the literal look of these bosses, it's just like the right amount of unsettling, just some really creepy boss design. Also the sounds of, like, if you
What's
just
happening in
listen
this
and watch
world?
some of these boss fights, it's just really creepy stuff, but very, very cool. Real impressive world and environment that they've built here. And yes, some interesting mechanics as well. Bosses going through different
Man, I
phases,
should have
doing
played
different
the
ground
beta or
attacks, attacks for you to
something like this.
avoid, all that stuff, right?
Looks pretty good.
Also keep in mind that this is all pre-end game stuff.
Wow.
So you got
That's a Star Bishop
Oh, wait, all
Doom
that
right there. Do you guys
stuff,
see
right?
that?
Also keep in mind
Yeah, thank you, really appreciate it. Look at this guy. Star Bishop Doom. I'm pretty sure if you went into that, he will one-shot you.
that this is all pre-end game stuff. So you got the 100 unique bosses
Thank
as you're
you.
playing through the 6-act
But
campaign. And then for
really
end
appreciate it.
game, well, the expectation right now is that much of the same
you
activities
so
that are
much.
in the base Path of Exile will be
How you
coming over
doing?
to
Hope
the
you're doing
sequel. We're
good.
talking
Are you
maps,
doing
which is
sweet?
kind of like the base way to play end game. Your goal is to kill monsters in a zone and then get a boss at the end. Then there is the
Hope you're doing
bossing,
good.
where
Hope
you're
you're having
killing
a nice day.
difficult end game bosses to earn these extremely powerful unique items. There's Heist, where you're trying to steal these rare artifacts that help you in the rogue companions. There's the Labyrinth, which is a dungeon filled with traps that enables you to farm stronger enchantments for your items. There's Delving, this infinitely generated endgame dungeon that gets progressively harder with increasing rewards. There's Simulacrum,
nice,
these 30
glad
wave
to hear
encounters
that.
with monsters and bosses to kill. There's the Uber Blight. I mean, there's a reason that base Path of Exile has been growing over the course of its lifetime and reached its peak concurrent player count just a few weeks ago, even though it's over a decade old. Some other improvements improvements that are looking to come in Path of Exile 2 include an updated skill system with 240 active skill gems, and realize that these are basically just your active abilities. So there's 240 skill gem abilities in the game, and in addition to that, 200 support gems that further modify the behavior of those abilities. They're making it so that projectiles are affected by gravity. They'll be losing vertical height the further they travel, reducing off-screening from projectiles. That's an interesting change. In terms of like the bullet point highlights of features, like if the back of the box stuff, if boxes were still a thing for buying games, they mentioned 100 distinct environments, over 600 monsters, like I said, 100 plus bosses, 1,500 passive skills, those 240 active skills that I mentioned, 700 different equipment types. The game's gonna have 6-person co-op. They're gonna do cross-play between PC and the console versions, and they will have full WASD and console support. Now, as mentioned, Path of Exile 2 is a full-blown sequel now, but that doesn't mean that they're leaving PoE in the dust. They've said that both games will be updated with separate content mechanics balancing in leagues, i.e. their seasons, on an alternating schedule. So the plan here is to have less downtime between leagues, as you can bounce between the two games if you want. So for example, if you play through a season in Path of Exile 1, you progress to the point where you run out of stuff to do, or you just complete your personal objectives, it should probably be then the time to hop into PoE 2 and then play through its recently released League, and that's just going to kind of alternate between those two games. And while they are separating out the content of these two games, they are sharing the paid unlocks. This is huge. Any purchase that you make from the cash shop in either game.
So you just buy stuff from the first game, you will get it on the second game? Damn. That sounds really good. What about the other way around? If you buy it in the second game, will it get the same stuff on the first game?
Works for both versions of the game. So this means any cosmetics you buy in PoE 1 carry over to PoE 2, but more importantly, those big convenience purchases will as well. So if you buy stash tabs in Path of Exile, those will also carry over into PoE 2. Massive W there. That's amazing. Frankly, I'm just pumped for this game to come out. That's why I made this video. It just looks so good on so many levels. Even recent leagues from Path of Exile 1 have been enticing. Like the latest league practically has as much new content as Diablo 4's upcoming paid expansion. Like I said earlier, Path of Exile is doing incredibly well right now. It is consistently one of the most played games on Steam and has been growing in popularity since it launched 11 years ago. I know I've said that a couple of times. It's for a reason, because that is bananas. This is really, really amazing stuff. Love to see it. And Path of Exile 2 looks to just be taking everything that made the base game, base Path of Exile successful, then enhancing it and adding more on top of it. Hats off to the studio. They're clearly doing a lot right here. Cannot wait for this game. It looks fantastic. Expect some coverage from me in the future, without question. But that's all for today. Thank you as always for watching.
Blizzard's last chance. Maybe I'll watch that tomorrow. Okay. Which one are we gonna watch now? I think I will watch the Ashes of Creation drama.
Of Creation. You guys have heard about this game?
Yeah, this is like an upcoming new MMO that's coming out, and I seen the gameplay of it, but I don't think this game is gonna hold up. It looks way more outdated than Guild Wars 2. You know, in terms of graphics, it does look better, but it doesn't play that good. From what I'm looking at, they're pretty much gonna go for a no story, and then they just make your story bullshit. You know, which is gonna suck. You know?
before.
Yeah, this guy is annoying. I'm just gonna leave the fucking chat. Give me a second. I'm just gonna fucking ghost them.
Is now charging $120 for alpha access. Now, there's been a lot of people that are upset about this and talking about it. So what I figured I would do is I would just pull up the actual image and talk about it and look about it myself, rather than letting somebody else.
Okay, let's see what is going on here. You've been asking for it due to amazing work of our Gladiator team and their server machine technology. I want to see this gameplay. First, $120? What? Available for Wednesday. Purchase ends on Friday, so it's like a 2-day purchase. That's so FOMO as hell. What is this? Gain access Friday, December 20th. So you pay $120 per a day? What the hell?
Else tell the story. You guys ready? Let's take a look at it.
Thing
that you guys keep
Oh my
asking us
God.
for.
This is the
It's been
original
something that we've
text.
been
Oh my
discussing
God, we have got
internally.
ticket after ticket after
Yeah.
ticket. We have gotten a lot of commentary about this. I know that we have made statements in the past about how we're going to
How
approach
much?
releasing that.
Bro, look at chat. Here we go. Why is that? Not like this. Jesus Christ. Price. Finessed me after
Absolutely.
out of 250. Here we
And
go.
for an alpha.
Oh no. Here we go. Get ready to swipe. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
New keys. To be clear, these Alpha 2 access keys are just the keys. This is a significant departure from what historically we have done with regards to pre-order packages, having virtual currency, having playtime when the game launches, having multiple access and access to beta.
Yeah, by the time, I'm sorry to say this, but by the time this game gonna come out, it's gonna look outdated as shit, and then it's gonna be a niche as fuck game. You know, this game is not gonna hold up in the modern standards. Black Desert the Crimson Desert Online is gonna launch with this game, and then this game is gonna get destroyed.
1 and 2. These keys will just have
Yeah.
access to
It's Yamamoto genre as a whole is just on a hanging thread. And then this guy comes with the most outdated game I ever seen. Like, it never looked good. Nas was not impressed by this game whatsoever. Oh, my typical outrage. Warrior and Ashes of Creation.
Okay, I'll kind of like almost like phone
opener. What it does
Like, look how cringy this combat
cool.
looks. This looks like WoW. These guys making World of Warcraft in 2025.
so I
Look at this. It's a joke.
That's
This
decent.
Sucks.
I think
this sucks.
standard feeling like
Oh, freaking, this looks like a top-tier game. A game from 2005 plays better than this.
expected.
It's WoW animation. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not gonna. This game is gonna die. This is not future of MMO. And this is not.
Alpha
It's just
2,
not.
and they will have access to
This
different
looks like
phases
a
of action.
cheap
It is
third-rate game.
extremely important. It is extremely important to remember. You are not purchasing access to a game.
hold. Bad time for ads. $5 off. Buy what? Bruh. Lulz. Ha ha ha. All right, fair. Hold. What? Should have waited. Not bad. Good prices. 100 for just the key. Let's go. 10,000 euro. Pa ha ha. Some
It's not even a
phases.
key. A key signifies that you will get access for the game. You will get access for a product. You buy Windows key. You buy game key. Like, you buy Office key. You will get access to the product itself, not a fucking one-day beta test. Why the fuck you called this a key? They would have had a better. I think they made a big mistake calling this a key. Instead of calling this a key, they should have called it a pass, like a access pass. That would have been way better than a key, because key signifies a purchase of the product, and access to the product. They made a big mistake in calling this shit a key.
Prices is predicted. LOL, $120 and doesn't even come with game time at launch. Uh-oh.
Game. You are not purchasing access
I love
to
reading the chats.
an early access. You are purchasing access to testing Alpha 2. So that is a very important aspect of these different items. Margaret, do you want to talk a little bit about?
I don't know if that's really better or not, but okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and we're keeping in mind the people who have purchased before as well. We know that our community has definitely expressed concern in regards to that. So hopefully, I know we're not going to please everybody.
Let's read the chat again. Oh, what? Huge L. You're crazy. 7 months of Alpha 2. Do I have access for it? Wait, $100 to test an alpha? Haha, the price is way too high for no game time. LMFAO, haha. Greed. Paid to test is wild. Alpha 3 third wave can't access until 2025. Brokey dead. Jesus fuck. No cosmetics, no game for $100? Are you crazy? That's an L. Lol, 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 lol. Ha 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 ah ha 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 ha. Scam. Broke boys pay it.
Stephen and I have said that many times to ourselves. We're trying to be as fair as possible as we can be. But how this is going to work is
this game is now
available to you on Wednesday,
Fair
August
price.
21st, 2024
Way too low.
at 11 a.m. Pacific. That is going to be next Wednesday. So for those of you who are with us watching this live on Friday,
what a
that
greedy
is when that is
scam.
going to take place.
Oh, what a greedy scam.
Each of these will end at a certain date or until supplies last. So we will have a number that we are looking at.
I get it. It's hard to make an MMO, but you have to make a good one at this point. Why the fuck you would play this if you can play World of Warcraft? It has like 20 years of content.
Internally, in order to make sure that we can service those users, have the capacity in order to make sure you have a good experience in Alpha 2. But if we hit those supplies, then we will let you know in advance, like, hey, we're going to start taking this down at this date. If it is before that date, but we're hoping that we won't have to do that, and it should end around.
Somebody in chat says, how are people mad at this? The game is being developed. If you want to help, purchase the test key. If you don't lose anything, just support the game development. I'll talk. I want to give my opinion, but I want to go ahead and just kind of like let the whole thing play out first, okay?
The time lots that are there that you can see on the screen here, and then so
and just real quick, it's important to note. I just want to hammer this home again, and content creators, please help me with this as well. You should not be buying a key to Alpha 2 if you're expecting to play a game.
Yeah, don't get first wave.
Then why the fuck do you buy the game? Buy the key. If you look at his wording, like you should not buy the key if you are expected to play the game. Like what? What do you mean by that? Why the fuck did I buy that? Is it a donation then? Like what?
Especially first wave. The great thing about us not having an NDA is that if you want to see the game's progress and not from a developer's perspective, you can see other people playing this game and you can see the progress of it.
I don't think it's going to be possible for Steven to communicate that regardless of whether he thinks that it's true or not. And the reason why is because I think that the real value proposition with the $120 is access to being able to play the game. And so it's like, if you tell people this isn't what it's for, people are still going to buy it for that reason. And it's an instance of like where it's like the customer is always right, where you can tell the customer this isn't what you're buying, but everybody is going to think that that's why they're buying it.
It's called the key.
That's just what's going to happen. Like it's really a communication issue, and the problem is that with like this already kind of happened with like the $500 Alpha 1 test, and you guys remember this where they let people into the Alpha 1 that were that had donated $500 or more to the project. So people turned that into, you have to spend $500 to access the alpha. I think the entire situation is, well, I'll let me finish. I'll let this finish. So people were like primed to be mad. Excuse me. The people were primed to be mad about this.
The game. You are not going to miss out on anything if you do not participate in Alpha 2. You're going to be able to see other people playing the game.
That's kind of bullshit.
Persistence doesn't carry over into the live launch of the game. It's going to be a brand new, fresh start when it comes to the launch of Ashes of Creation. So there's nothing that you're missing out on if you do not participate in Alpha 2. We are releasing these A2 keys because 2 reasons. One, we need additional testers as we move forward in these phases. And why do we need that?
Money.
Because ultimately what happens in every MMORPG is you have some sect of retention within cohorts. And that retention is always going to be at a downward angle from your starting user cohort. So it's important to keep in mind that as phase 1 goes through and as phase 2 goes through and as phase 3 goes through, we will be introducing new users and new testers who do want to participate in testing an alpha, not looking at it from a gameplay from a being a fun completed game perspective, but who want to help shape the form of what Ashes of Creation intends to be by offering good and actionable feedback, by creating bug reports for us, by crashing and being a test dummy for us, right? Those are
I think that it would go a lot better if Steven said, listen, guys, making this game's expensive and we need some money. Like, we got to make some money. This shit's expensive. We're trying to make this happen. We got to get some money out of this. That's the way it is. Like, because, like, effectively, if you need people to test the game, logically putting a paywall behind that of $120, it seems kind of counterintuitive, right? And also, like, I think that it's very obviously capitalizing on FOMO about people trying to get the experience of playing the game for the first time.
Absolutely.
And I think that's defined by them. They've defined that. That's why Alpha 2 first wave is 120, the second one is 110, and the third one is 100. So the fact that they're tiering out access to the game, and the earlier that you can be able to access the game is perceived as a value add, I think that defines the fact that they view being able to access the game early as a value add. This is that's the whole reason. So, like, they're capitalizing off of the FOMO while saying this isn't the FOMO. Well, your own marketing says that it's the FOMO. That's why it's tiered in different approaches. What's FOMO? Well, and again, I don't even have a problem with them doing this. This is my honest opinion. I don't care if they.
I think he should have banned that guy for that. You don't know what a FOMO is? Come on. Stop playing video games if you don't know what that is.
Fuck. Like, Star Citizen sells ships for $40,000. Like, I don't care. Like, you want to do this? Like, you want to charge money to play the beta? Go ahead. Alpha, go ahead. I don't care. Like, I just want to play the game when it comes out. Like, if it's good, then I'll play it. If not, then I don't really give a shit. But I can easily see where this rubs people the wrong way because most people don't have a lot of money, and it's another dynamic. I think that, so, and this goes into, like, if you abstract this a lot more, you can talk about, like, the idea of, like, why people play MMOs. And I think one of the reasons why people play MMOs
is an escape from their miserable lives, escape from reality, going into a freaking another world that everybody starts at the same place, that your time and effort and how much you put your effort inside that place matters, you know? That's why it's an isekai. Come on, it's an isekai anime. But you can play it. You are the main character. That's all it is. You know, it's sort of, that is a reason why still to this day isekai is popular. People want an escape from reality. They will, here's the thing. There is always will be people wanting to escape from reality. That's the harsh truth. not just in the escape, they want to experiment. Like, people that are rich don't want to escape, but they want to go into they want experience, you know? Half of the people want experience to another world, half of the people that want an escape from their world. That's why MMO was so popular when it came out.
Is because they are a equal playing field for people, right?
Yeah,
like you go into real life and how did you get this job at this investment company? Well, I wake up at 5 in the morning, I do meditations, I work out, and then I, read news, I have a balanced breakfast, and then I do all that before 7 a.m., and then I go into work. And also my dad owns the company. So, like real life is kind of unfucking fair, right? Like it's unfucking fair. And so people like being able to play MMOs because MMOs effectively turn the power dynamic of real life upside down, where the people that have a lot of time in video games usually don't have a lot of money in real life, generally, right? Because they're not working. And it gives people that are, like young guys, in a lot of cases, let's be honest, the ability to compete on what they perceive to be an even playing field, even though it's really not an even playing field. Like if you are a doctor, you're like a resident doctor, you work in an emergency room, you have a insurmountable disadvantage against a 19...
Why the fuck a neurosurgeon doctor would play a shitty MMO?
Year-old stoner that lives with his mom.
He plays Candy Crush. Come on, let's be honest. He plays Candy Crush, and that guy plays. Yo, thank you, Passion Gaming. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. He plays Candy Crush and he plays Clash of the Clans.
He will beat you in a video game every single time because of the way that your lives are structured, and that's it. That's all there is to it. So it's not that MMOs are an even playing field, but in a certain way they are. It's the amount of time that you put into the game is directly proportional to what you get out of the game. Even though some people...
Like Elden Ring. It's literally like Elden Ring.
Will have an abundance of time.
It has nothing to do with skill. You just put so much amount of time into the game.
And then in a way that other people do not. And this is something that a lot of people like to have MMOs
That's
for.
What I literally
this
did.
is the value that people have in MMOs. Playing an MMO was the first time that I wasn't considered a retarded kid. How many of you guys were the same way? I wasn't a stupid kid. I was the tank. I was the raid leader. I was the one that people were listening to because I knew what I was talking about.
Yeah, he's the
guy. Not true, right? And so this matters a lot for guys. And so the more that you create an anachronism of effectively the real life unfairness that people are trying to escape with MMOs inside of an MMO, it's antithetical to what people want out of an MMO. Do you see what I'm saying here?
Yeah, it completely ruins the point. Like they basically destroy the fundamental principle of MMOs and then trying to make an MMO. Like, what are you doing? Yeah.
Kind of like why this is becoming such a problem with this community.
Yeah, it's so out of touch.
And it took me a little bit of time to explain that, but I hope you guys can get it. Tough shit, get over it. Oh, okay. I mean, like, sure, right? Sure. I'm just explaining why people are upset.
Tough shit, get over it. That's why your genre is dead.
Elements of why a person who wants to participate might be encouraged to then purchase a key, not because they're purchasing access to early access.
I also want to make a clarification. If you purchase,
well, they are purchasing access to early. They are purchasing access to early access. They are, because like it's literally a key. It's shaped like a key. It has an A for ashes, and it's an invite. Like, what do you mean?
First wave, you get access to Alpha 2 starting on that date, and you get...
I think that, again, like, do you remember what I said before about, like, the reason why we haven't done Pixel Pitch is we need a sponsor for Pixel Pitch? Like, we need to make some fucking money with the show. I think that people appreciate that type of honesty. And in a world where inauthenticity has become the norm, I think that there's a growing resentment for it. And I actually think that the problem isn't actually with the business plan. It's with the presentation of the business plan. That's my perspective.
Second,
that's
you're
true.
gonna play Alpha 2 for the rest of Alpha
That's so true. People fucking hate that.
2.
Because their hard-earned money gets freaking... They trust you for a reason, right? And then you say this thing works, and then when you buy it, it doesn't work. You just lose the trust on them completely. You know, it destroys the trust. That's what happened with Ash of Creation.
You
Yes.
get second wave, you're gonna have that.
Like, how many of you guys have seen a phone review and then bought a phone, and then they said the phone was amazing, and then when you bought it, it was dog shit? How many of you guys did that? And then you never watched their channel after that?
Date you start and you get to play all the way to.
Happened
You
to
don't have
me.
to buy all 3 keys. That is not how it works. Just buy
That's
one
correct.
key and you get access to Alpha 2.
That's
so that
correct.
is how it works. I just want to make that very clear. You don't buy all 3. You just buy one, and then you get access from that date to the end of Alpha 2.
That's correct. Yep.
You do not get access to beta. This is only Alpha 2 access.
Why?
If you want beta, we will
Why
maybe
is
be
that?
offering another option for a beta
doesn't make
in
any
the
sense.
future. But right
They shouldn't have said that. They should have just not said that. That's not a good thing to say. Like, yeah, that's a bad thing like that. Yeah, you should not have said that.
now, we're focused on Alpha 2 at the moment.
Why they're being honest? Because the problem is that, well, I mean, you want to know the real reason why. It's that I think if you buy an alpha key, you should get into the beta automatically.
Absolutely.
It's insane that you have to make 2 separate purchases for an
It doesn't
alpha
make any
and a beta.
sense. Why would you do that? It's so dumb.
That's crazy.
We won't be bringing back pre-order packs. We've already said that before. So it will just be in the future. If we do decide to increase the amount of people in beta 1 or beta 2, it would be similar to this in the sense that it will be a key that you purchase for just that access. And it's not a code key. It's just access. You're gaining access to the game. You're not getting
Then
a
why
code
the
or
fuck you call that a key? Look at that. They fucked up calling this thing a key. They made a big mistake making it look like a key. They should have made it like a card or something. You know? They made they made it look like a key, but they are saying it's access. So they should have made it like a pass or something, like, you know, anything that except looks like a key. They made a big mistake on this one.
key that you're giving out to
And
Well, I mean, isn't a code the access to the game? You put in the code, you get access. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
as Margaret said at the beginning, like, we fully understood and expected that this is going to be the spiciest of topics when it comes to access to the game, right? And there's not going to be a price that's going to please everybody. I mean, that's just the bottom line.
Well, there is. It's $0, but they don't want to do that.
And with regards to the 2 objectives that releasing the additional keys provides, the first one again was providing the testers that we need in order to shape the game the right way. The second is there are a lot of people who want to participate that didn't know about Ashes of Creation 6 months ago, that didn't know about Ashes of Creation 4 months ago, that are learning about Ashes of Creation today.
That may learn about Ashes of Creation in May of next year.
Tomorrow, right, exactly.
Yeah.
But
why? We need to have avenues for those audiences to access the game. And
I mean, this is an invented problem, right? This is like, it's kind of like how games, like gacha games, will put like a resin system into the game, so you have to like spend money to like get out of it.
Yeah.
Like you've invented this problem because like if somebody didn't know about Monster Hunter, for example, or like Genshin Impact, they could just go and play the game, right? There's no barrier to entry. Like you're creating the barrier to entry.
Yeah, what are you
doing?
So
like what's the logic in if you have new people coming into the game, then just a second. If you have new people coming into the game, the best way to serve them is to add a $120 barrier to entry. How does that make I think they really could have could have done a better job with the messaging with this.
And what we've done here is we've approached it taking a look at the value of alpha access within the previous packages that we've offered as it relates to
if the value at
other components of those packages, the game time, the virtual.
Well, I mean, if the value add of alpha access exists, then why did you say earlier that this isn't you buying access to the game? I mean, I think that Steven and the team could have done such a better job by just saying, guys, listen, running this shit's expensive. It's taken longer than we've expected. Inflation is high. We're low on money. We're charging $120 for the alpha. It is what it is. We're going to try to get some people in through a lottery system as well. But if you want to bypass it, you've got the key. If they just did that, like this should have been a 2-minute segment. And people, it's like a take it or leave it type situation.
Yeah.
You rip the fucking Band-Aid off. And the more that you try to talk around people doing this and anything like that, and here's the problem, is that when you try to make sense out of something that doesn't make sense to somebody, they're going to act like you're insulting their intelligence. And that's going to make them mad because you're pretending like they're stupid.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You got to be immediately direct with people. That's it. That's all there is to it.
We need money. Give me money.
And I've tried, and I remember I had a time. So, do y'all remember whenever I used to tweet that I was going to miss a stream, and I would tweet the reason why I was going to miss the stream? And then people in the responses of the comments would try to figure out ways to think that that's a dumb reason for missing a stream. And I had a girlfriend at the time, and she said, what the fuck are you doing trying to give them a reason? Just say you're not going to be on, period. That's it. It's that simple. And I did that from now on. And that was the smartest fucking thing. It might have been the smartest thing she ever fucking said. She was right. It was. Absolutely.
Damn.
Yeah, none of their fucking business. Yeah. Now she's gone, guys. But no, I'm just saying, in general, right? No is a complete sentence, exactly. And so, the more that you drag shit out and try to explain it, the worse it gets. I think people are more mad about the price. He was pretty straight up, in my opinion. I don't think so. I really don't think so. And I know Steven is a great salesman, right? He had a background in sales. He's got a background in sales. I think that's where he made a lot of his money. And so, I'm surprised that they're going with this approach. I don't think this is the right approach.
Currency for the cosmetics themselves and their value. Right. So comparatively,
this is all assigning value to theoretical stuff like this, right? Better build the FOMO as much as possible. Those that didn't know about it still find an upgrade. People are still upset about this. No, some people say it's totally fine. Bad PR, in my opinion. Money makes the world go round. Yeah.
I would ask that some of the content creators also help to articulate and enumerate what the value proposition is between those two when we think about that from a comparative standpoint.
The other thing to note here is that we haven't provided an end date for Alpha 2. I think people are asking about that and want iteration on it. But we'll end Alpha 2 when we feel it's ready.
That's why I'm not helping them. I am helping them. I am. And I think that Steven's a smart guy. I've talked to Steven before. I think he when he sees what I'm saying, he'll be like, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. For sure. They're not stupid. Yeah, nice. Getting it straight. Yeah, we gonna watch the same clip that we just watched again? No. You tell people straight up.
So we want to make sure, as you saw in that phase 3 slide, there are some things that we want to ensure that we make sure that we get. And there's some additional features and systems that we'd also like to get in there for Alpha 2 that are not listed on that page.
Give me money.
So we will kind of extend that Alpha 2 for as long as we feel it's necessary. So you will get a good chunk of time to play the game and test it. Obviously, towards the end there, you'll be playing more of a game. For the beginning, it's going to be very much like Steven said. You're not really playing a game, you're testing it. And it's going to be, a lot more basic systems versus as we get later in the phases, you'll see more of those intricacies come online.
And so I know the next section that we have is
it's bro, this reminds me of Like you're like hunting an animal and like the animal's like running away from you and you're just like, it's like dying obviously, but you're just like not shooting it. It's just like happening. Like, bro, like the longer you let this go on, the worse it gets. Like it's the fastest thing. I like the team, but this is indefensible. No, it's like
AMA. And before we get into the AMA, I want to close by saying this.
Okay.
For the deck. 2 important points. First, with regards to what we're doing with Alpha 2, the testing that it entails, the incomplete status of the game, right? The what we've talked about, this is not a completed game. One thing I love about our community, and that me having played many different MMOs, as many of you have, it can be difficult to find a community, in my opinion, as genuine as ours, and as welcoming and inviting
that's why people are getting
polite
mad.
as ours. Not everybody is going to like what we're doing from a gameplay perspective. Not everybody is going to like the visuals of the game. Not everybody is going to like the monetization strategy of selling the keys. Not everybody is going to like cosmetics.
This is good messaging. This is good right here.
Everybody is going to like PvP. There is a very eclectic crowd of MMORPG players, and we are not building an MMO for everyone. And we know that, and we accept that, and that's a truth. There is a specific section of the market share that is going to be interested in Ashes of Creation. When those people who are not interested
and you can see people, you see the chat.
One of those things comes into our community and says things that may ruffle your feathers. I would implore you to continue the upstanding tradition that our community has had over the course of these last several years and be polite. Give them the proper advice and direction when it comes to how we as other human beings who live behind a screen should interact with each other. Right? We are one community. We're a gaming community.
And you could get them to change their mind too, right?
No, yeah.
That is the biggest thing.
Yeah,
like they could become part of our community if they just understood like where we're coming from too.
Well, that speaks to being a good representative. And again, what I would say is we are one gaming community. We are all gamers together. We have different interests, and that's okay. And we have different thoughts, and some of us can be more abrasive than others, and that's okay too. But what I would ask of our community, and content creators, help me hit this home too, is that we are inviting of other opinions. We are inviting of other thoughts, and that we don't pounce, we don't attack, and we don't mistreat. We follow that golden rule, and we can be good stewards of this community and good representatives, like Margaret said. And by doing so, we will attract more users to this game. So please, I would tell you, as my fellow gamers, let us represent the best of us.
Yeah, if he had just said that's way better. He should have started with that. That would have been way better, right? Much better communication. I think it's pretty obvious to see why people are pretty upset about what he said and everything. I think it definitely makes sense. Much better statement. Yeah, it is. And so anyway, what do I think about this? What's my perspective on it? My personal opinion on this whole thing is that I think it's not really a surprise that a lot of people are angry about this. And I think it makes sense too. It really does. Like, the reason why it makes sense is that it's very clear that they are capitalizing on FOMO because they're charging different prices for the different wave tiers. You see what I'm saying? Third wave, second wave. Why is the third wave less than the first wave? Well, it's because of FOMO. That's the reason why. So if they had just come out and said, like, listen, like, we need to make some money, this is the way it is, etc., and just plan that out, then I think it would have been fine. But I think that going and like trying to explain about like how it's actually a good value for people, it's really,
that's the biggest mistake. You don't try to convince people that the scam is good. Once they find out that it is a scam, and then they will just anchor on that.
Not a very good value proposition to say that. And that's why it's better to just focus on the support aspect instead. So check the loads of bootlickers in the comments. So many gamers have completely lost their standards. What they do charge for money is something they used to pay someone to do. Yep, there you go. It's insane. Nobody should be defending this. I actually don't think it's a big deal. I really don't. Here's what I think they should do. I think they should also do a lottery system. Because right now, like, so the problem is that the feeling is that the only way that you can get in is by paying money. But if you have a lottery system, you can keep people hopeful for the fact that more people can get into the beta, and you can use that lottery system as a backfilling device to offset the problem that Steven was talking about with people like the cohort issue, where like when a player base declines, it declines because it declines and it becomes a vicious cycle, right? So I actually think that they could leverage this in a way that would be beneficial. And they could also say that if you're a really big supporter and you want to be in on day one and, you know, you want to pay a bit extra money, listen, money's tight, inflation's fucking everybody, you know, probably not just like that, but, you know, it's a lot of money to make this game. And so, yeah, we're offering a package for you to join on day one if you want to pay for it, but we also have a lottery, right? That's it. Lottery system. Yep, that's the old Mr. Beast method, right? And sell merch with it. Yeah, maybe Margaret can sign Steven's name. And so, yeah, let's see here. Looks at comments. This is why companies do this shit. There's a lot of people that eat this shit up and defend the company. Well, here's the reason why they defend it. People have already emotionally invested into the idea that Ashes of Creation is going to be the next big MMO, and it's the thing that they're really excited about. And I have not been some intrepid apologist. These prices are fine. There's no reason why they are or are not fine. This price, you're not buying a full, like, what is the logic here? How, like, where is the...
Oh, here comes the tangent. Let's
according
go.
to what? Like, if somebody, like, Assassin's Creed got shit on for selling a game that had a $120 version, you can buy Assassin's Creed for, like, $70 or $60 or something like that, right? So that's a full game. So what's the logic and the anchoring here
that's
that selling
Shadows, right?
the ability to not even really fully play, but instead just simply test a game for a premium that is higher than the, or sorry, for a baseline that is higher than the premium for other AAA games that are fully released is, right? Like, I don't understand how this is, like, the prices are fine. I hate it. It makes me so fucking it's fun. Everything. It's just a video game. There's no reason to get mad. It's just a game. This is an overpriced product. Say it. Be direct. And be honest. That's all I ask. We should get paid for testing the game. I actually think that Steven could do something like that that would work really well. Like, if Steven wants to... What if he did something where it was like... the amount of bugs that you report... but if they did that, then they'd probably get too many reports, and it would be too problematic. If every successful bug that you put out that gets fixed and addressed by a developer, the first person who submits that bug... that it could be like some sort of like
Wait, is this video
I'm
about
thinking
Unity?
of like a Boy Scout badge, you know, like of all the little badges that you would have. Like, I think that would be a really cool idea for them to do that. Like a bug bounty? Yeah, something like that. That's actually a really cool idea. But I wonder if that would just create so much of an influx of bug reports that it would make it unusable. So I really don't know. Yeah, you can only report 3 at a time. Ooh, that's a good idea. So you can only have 3 active tickets at a time. That's smart. Do you plan on trying the alpha? Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm a professional video game player. Of course, I'm going to do that. So it would just create so much priced product. What if he did something? It could be like some, like, don't, because it's not going to be people that go it up and
you pussy. They pussied out and then removed it. Fuck you. I want to see it. Let me pull it up from the wars. I want to see the whole thing. He raged so hard on that one. Where is that video? Let me see. I don't know why the hell they just restored like that. So annoying. Back up. Okay. Right there. I want to show you this. I want to react to this. This is the good part. 333. Okay.
And so, yeah. Let's see here. Looks at comments.
Okay,
Why companies do
go.
this shit. There's a lot
This
of
is
people
the
that
good
eat
part.
this shit up and defend the company. Well, here's the reason why they defend it. People have already emotionally invested into the idea that Ashes of Creation is going to be the next big MMO, and it's the thing that they're really excited about. And I have not been some intrepid apologist. These prices are fine. There's no reason why they are or are not fine. This price...
I don't know why YouTube removed it. Maybe it's just got demonetized.
You're not
or
buying
some
a
shit.
full... Like,
But damn.
what is the
I want to
logic
react
here?
to this.
How, like, where is the... They're fine. According to what? Like, if somebody... like, Assassin's Creed got shit on for selling a game that had a $120 version. You can buy Assassin's Creed for, like, $70 or $60 or something like that, right?
Yeah,
So
Shadows.
that's a full game. So what's the logic and the anchoring here that selling the ability to not even really fully play, but instead just simply test a game for a premium that is higher than the, or sorry, for a baseline that is higher than the premium for other AAA games that are fully released is, right? Like, I don't understand how this is, like, the prices are fine. I fucking hate it. It makes me so fucking mad. It's fun. Everything.
Let's go. Here it is.
There's no reason to get mad. It's just a game. But I fucking hate when people go and they say that this is a good value for your fucking money. No, it's not. You're buying data. You're buying a digital item. They've decided that it's worth this much. The exclusivity is artificial. They could give it to every single individual in the entire
There's a
fucking
bunch of
game. Not
ones
with
and
this
zeros.
specifically because of server issues, but I'm talking about other microtransactions. Oh, buying a new character on Honkai Star Rail is a good deal? Why is it a good fucking deal? Who decided that? Oh, that's right. Hoyoverse decided that. It's a good deal for a fucking anime character to be $80? Suck my fucking dick. Are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. Why is this a good deal? Who decided this? In what parameter is this a good deal? How do you define a good deal? Where's the anchoring for your price value? How do you define the value of $1? Because I'll tell you, no matter however the fuck you define it, other than saying, I'm a fucking idiot with money and I don't know how it works, any single fucking way is gonna tell you that buying a microtransaction in a video game is never fucking fine. The prices are never reasonable, and I know the games have to make the fucking fucking money, and I get it. But don't ever go and fucking tell me the price is fine. This is the same reason why I said I didn't give a fuck if they were selling skins for $500 or $5, because it's all garbage and it isn't worth shit to begin with, because it's nothing. It's just pixels and coding that adds no value, and it's nothing. The entire problem, the exclusivity, the structure of the game that enforces the exclusivity, the entire DNA of the universe that it exists inside of is created and crafted initially and intentionally to add value to this with the purpose of making money. There is no reason why this is worth a bunch of money. There's no reason why a skin should be $5 instead of $500. Where's the parameter here? I want to see the parabola of value. Are we looking at a logarithmic function? Is it exponential? Because it certainly feels like it's fucking exponential, even though I've got a feeling it's a lot more like it's a logarithmic. It's fucking annoying to me. I'm losing my goddamn fucking mind at these professional dick eaters that are figuring out reasons for why the shit they're eating tastes like chocolate.
I call them cucks. I have another term for them. I call them cucks.
I'm losing my fucking mind. How does this keep happening?
He just calls them dick eaters.
I think this is a good point. We're going to shift over to drinking water instead of soda for the stream.
I can see why they removed it from the YouTube video. Sure as well, he ain't monetizing that one.
Professional dick eaters.
Absolutely, 100%.
It's not a good value.
It never been.
It's all fake. They've tricked you into believing a lie and living inside of a box that they built to make money. And you're complaining that the edges, you can halfway stretch your legs inside of the little box that they put you in. Stop doing that. I publish games that have microtransactions. We do that because we want to fund the game. That's the reason. People want to buy them, they can buy them. If not, then they don't. It's that simple. The runaround is what I get fucking annoyed by.
Oh,
POE.
Okay.
I have spent $1,000 in Path of Exile, and I don't regret a single cent.
Damn. You got a lot of money to burn.
How? Hard work, dedication, and 10 years. I'm getting fucking tired of it, boys. I'm getting tired of these dick eaters. And I'll tell you how it happens. It's grooming. It's these little kids that get conditioned into becoming dick eaters because they didn't grow up in the golden age of being able to buy a video game and beat it. Elden Ring used to be the norm. You would buy Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past, and you would just be able to beat the game.
Even
and that was it.
It's not. Elden Ring was not an arm because that forces you to connect to the internet every time you log into it. Elden Ring without internet is the norm. It used to be like that.
You would buy Sonic 3 and you could play all the way through Sonic 3 and kill Dr. Robotnik, and it was no big fucking deal.
Right there, the sad
Elden Ring
section.
and Baldur's Gate 3 used to be the norm. Not in terms of quality, but in terms of delivery. Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask, The Wind Waker, Pikmin, Super Mario Sunshine.
Fucking Halo.
What the fuck?
Gears of War?
How did we let this happen?
Tomb Raider, I think.
I'm losing my fucking mind. Metal Gear Solid 3. And you have these kids now that are brought up on these phone games.
Mm-hmm.
and they think that $2.99 is a good deal.
The funniest part is the phone games that came with microtransaction has a only lifetime of 10 years. And it did this much damage to the gaming as a whole. And imagine what will happen in the next 10 years. You're doomed. Like, in 2012, world ended, but not in a way you thought. It ended in a different way.
To take the ankle weights off of their ankles that the game developer put on them. People have been so conditioned into living with these fucking shackles that they think that they're a part of life. And those of us that remember when they weren't are becoming smaller and smaller in terms of our influence and our authority and our population. We're getting too old to care, or we're starting a family and we like work at a management company at a workshop, right? Or a warehouse. Like, I'm not thinking about how much money a video game is, right? So it's like we're getting burned from both ends. And it's so sad. You know what's so sad to me about this is that a lot of these guys, they're our age. They don't have any excuse to be dick eaters. If there's some 16-year-old kid that's been conditioned to become a dick eater by these companies ever since he was a little kid, buying microtransactions on Clash of Clans, then I can acknowledge that and I can say, you know what? You didn't deserve this. This is just what they did to you.
Yeah.
But if you are a 31-year-old man and you are defending this, you are being a dick eater. And it makes me so fucking... Are you memeing? No, I'm not. I'm not memeing. And I have no problem with the price.
That guy should be banned.
But don't you even for a fucking second insult my intelligence and tell me the price is fine.
This should be in the YouTube. This should be popular.
This is an overpriced product.
This outrage right there should be there.
Be direct and be honest.
Yeah.
That's all
this
I
is him
ask.
being honest.
That's all I want. I just want intellectual honesty. Because I feel like we live in a society of liars. And if I keep going, I'm going to sound like the fucking Joker. I'm going to stop.
Wow. What a display that was. I think I raged like this like multiple times.
Yes, if you want to be a dick eater, it's okay. But don't ever
Probably
tell me
while playing Elden Ring. It's having a mental breakdown. Look at this. Oh god. This is why people watch this guy. He just randomly does something like this, and then you just sit there and then be speechless. You know?
I'm tired of being finessed too. I'm tired of, like, what are you gonna do? Why, no need to be an activist for things you can't change? I'm not, listen. I know that. I know that I'm raging against the machine. I know that this is, I'm sure when this YouTube video comes out, there's gonna be people in the comments, true, yes, true. And then it's not gonna matter, and they're just gonna keep doing it. I know that.
Damn, they should have put this. I don't know why they removed this.
Go gently into that dark night.
I'm gonna put this in my video. Fuck it. It doesn't. If it gets banned, it's fuck it. Who cares? You know?
Because it's fucking annoying.
I'm gonna cut this and I'll put it in my channel, and it says Asmongold Outbreak reacts.
Yes. Should have something like, we know the demand will be way too high, so we're using this price as a filter for serious testers and to make way too much money. Yes. Oh, man. We should get paid for testing the game. I actually think that Steven could do something like that would work really well. Like, if Steven wants to... What if he did something where it was like...
I mean,
the amount of bugs that you report... but if they did that, then they'd probably get too many reports, and it would be too...
That would be possible if they're like a big company that already made money, like World of Warcraft or something, you know? But Microsoft or something did that, similar to that, you know? I remember some brand did it.
Problematic. If every successful bug that you put out that gets fixed and addressed by a developer, the first person who submits that bug, that it could be like some sort of like I'm thinking
badge
of like
honor.
a Boy Scout badge, you know, like of all the little badges that you would have. Like, I think that would be a really cool idea for them to do that. Like a bug bounty? Yeah, something like that. That's actually a really cool idea. But I wonder if that would just create so much of an influx of bug reports that it would make it unusable. So I really don't know. Yeah, you can only report 3 at a time. Ooh, that's a good idea. So you can only have 3 active tickets at a time. That's smart. Do you plan on trying the alpha? Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm a professional video game player. Of course I'm going to do that. So, genuine question, why is anyone paying for this?
Something else.
Because I'm an adult, and with a discretionary expense account with whatever seems fun, Ashes seems fun. Okay. For sure. Do whatever you want with your money. Just don't ever tell me that anything is like, don't tell me that a digital good created with artificial scarcity has value. Do not ever fucking tell me that.
NFTs. Do you guys remember that? How many people who bought those things and then got scammed? They fucking deserve that, though. You know? That's exactly what he was mentioning.
Don't ever fucking... Yeah, you want to do that? You want to spend your money on it? Go ahead. You don't need to justify it to anybody what you want to spend your money on.
NFTs is the best example.
But don't go and fucking tell me that that's not what's happening.
Yeah.
They're smart. Yep. No, you have to buy 1 key. Purchasing the other key, you don't include beta access. The key is only for Alpha 2 access, so it's a bit extreme. 100K just for Alpha 2 access. Yikes. Yeah, I'd gladly drop 120 if it gave me access to beta. Not like this, though. Yeah, alpha keys should give you access to beta. This is not early access. It's alpha testing. Don't buy a key expecting a fleshed out game because it's not going to be that. You can leave multi-level marketing, but the multi-level marketing strategies never leave you. Oh, right, because people say Steven did that. That's right. Why the fuck would you charge somebody $120 to test your unfinished game? That's backward as fuck and a big flag. Because people are willing to pay it, it's free money. That's spot on, to be fair. Yeah, and that's all they really... reading this thread, I feel like I'm going crazy. Why is anyone paying for this? It makes no sense. The devs are actual geniuses if they get people paying for this. I don't think it's even really that big of a deal. I just think that communicating it this way is I think it's intellectually dishonest. That's it. And I get mad at the people that are running excuses. This is why companies do this. There's people that go it up and they eat it up and they defend the company. There it is, man. Absolutely. It's capitalism and it's working. Yep. Why don't they pay me to alpha test their game? They can't afford to finish the game as it was envisioned. I think it's safe to say that we can all let go of hope and move on now. Well, yeah. I'll be excited, and I don't need to be hopeful for it. If the game comes out and it's fun to play, then I'll be very excited, and I'm looking forward to it, and that's it. Can't you deduct the purchase of Alpha Access so you can save it in Texas? Oh, yeah, I'll just write it off my taxes. It's not a big deal. Yeah, for sure. But that's the way that I feel about it. That's what I think about it. That's where I'm at. I know that obviously I have maybe an extreme opinion about this whole thing, but that is absolutely the way that I feel. I find it to be very exhausting and annoying that this happens. And I think that it would be better if you just communicated it more directly. So yeah, that's the way I feel about it. Maybe they want to target big whales like you. Yeah, but like how many streamers are there? Like 5, 10, 20, 50? Like, that's not that many.
That actually gives a shit about an
Was everyone rage baiting and dooming the game eventually? I don't think that people are dooming. Like, I'm not dooming the game. I'm just saying that I think that it's dishonest to say that it's not for access for the game. And I think that it's obviously based off of FOMO. And that's okay, but just don't tell me it's for anything other than that. That's the way I look at it. Yeah, I feel like I'm being very reasonable here. I'd like to hear your thoughts about Black Myth Wukong. Many believe it will be near unplayable on console. Well, that's their fault for being on console. So, this was really funny. So do you remember a few days ago where I got a lot of shit for people getting mad? Or sorry, I got a lot of shit for saying that it's not impossible to elect another Hitler.
Oh god, I don't want to watch that. I'm good. I'm good. We're good. That's a pretty good conversation. I'm gonna put that in my YouTube too. I don't know why they removed it. So I think I watched almost everything. Let's watch the Elden Ring lore. Maybe I should bring my food and then we can watch that. Yeah, this is a long video, so I think I'll do my food and then I will be right back. Okay, see you in a bit. Hello, testing. Yo, Exod, thank you for the wishes. Really appreciate it. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it, man. Are you still here, Exod? Thanks.
Midra's Sanctum.
Alright. We are watching a video about a boss which is unparryable for some fucking reason. Here we are going to see the background story of him. Black Monkey the Wukong is a threat. What? I want to know about that. Threat to what? Your computer? Maybe. It'd probably be a threat to your computer because that thing is runs pretty brutal. Yo, Scoopy, thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the wish too. Really appreciate
Happy
it.
birthday!
How are you doing? I'm doing good. I think your birthday is coming like in 2 days, right? 21? Are you assume? Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the wish. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. 24. Oh, 24. Stream on 23. Okay, okay. Sweet, sweet. 24. Okay, okay. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. Did you come from the work? Oh, God. What the hell? I'm doing okay. I didn't know it's your birthday yet. Oh, really? Oh, it's no problem. It's no problem. I think you were there in my previous year, I think. Yo, what was that? 10 gifted sauce? Yeah, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. Man, at that point, I should give you a VIP badge. Yeah, I think I should give you one. Hey, man, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Scoopy. Thank you, thank you. The least I could do for your birthday, you'll always pop it in on the scene, right? Oh, absolutely. I really appreciate you popping in too. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful for that. Yeah, it doesn't look that good when I'm looking at the benchmarks. Uh-oh. I made a bad deal. Alright. I want to watch the Elden Ring video. We invest the story and then together and see what's going on. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think, let me see. How did I miss to forget to give you a VIP badge? I will give it to you right now. Give me a second. Rose Manager. There we go. You're very, very welcome. Thank you so much. That's amazing. You made my birthday awesome. You know? Add new. There we go. Sweet. It has been done. Thank you so much, Scooby. Really appreciate it. Alright, let's watch the video.
Midra's Sanctum. A veritable paradise. And then...
That looks like a Resident Evil castle.
Come no closer. No closer, I say.
What happened here? The map for this place now refers to it as an abyss, a place mired in frenzy, forbidden by the horn scent. Interestingly, the word the Japanese use to describe this place is naraka, which essentially is the Buddhist hell. They're describing this place as a world of great suffering, torture, and torment. But before this, it was a sanctum, a private hideaway for the sage Midra and other Hornsent who resided here. Midra himself has no visible horns, yet I'd still consider him to be one of the Hornsent's brethren. After all, Many of his fellows have horns. His manse was built with spiral pillars, and spirals are an important symbol to the horn scent, and he presumably observed horn scent customs at the church in the sanctum, which itself bears divine beast iconography. That said, the church is about as far away from Midra's manse as can be in this place, so perhaps religion wasn't so important to those in the sanctum, geographically isolated as they were from the rest of the realm. Indeed, in contrast to the deep spirituality that we witness in other horn scent domains, I'd argue that Midra's manse was uniquely a place of discussion and learning. For example, countless books once adorned these bookshelves, and as per this site of grace, the manse once had a discussion hall where knowledge could have been shared. Not to mention, Midra is renowned as a great sage, a title that could only belong to a man who was profoundly wise. But when we arrive at the manse, most books aren't on their shelves. Instead, in most cases, they're in piles and have been burned, seemingly deliberately. So, who did this? If I had to guess, I think it might have been the Hornscent Inquisitors. As we'll get into later, the Hornscent Inquisitors were a powerful force that invaded Midra's sanctum to stamp out the frenzy that had taken root here, and they do carry live flames which enable their fire breath attacks. So if books were being intentionally burned in this place of learning, then maybe it was for a reason. Maybe Midra and this remote sect of curious Hornscent discovered something that they shouldn't have. Maybe they discovered the knowledge that led to frenzy. But is there an overlap between frenzy and knowledge in Elden Ring? Well, let me try and argue that there is, using Bloodborne as an analog. Frenzy in Elden Ring is largely synonymous with frenzy in Bloodborne. The systems share a name, status mechanics, and both games now even have frenzy-inducing enemies called Winter Lanterns.
Oh, these guys are... I remember you. This guy is undiable. You never can kill him.
Although, they're a little bit different. In Bloodborne, frenzy is the symptom that afflicts those...
I think you played something that was so out of place from your playstyle. What game you played recently, Stoopy? I was surprised you played that. Is it Elden Ring? No, I don't think... Is it Elden Ring? You played something? I was like... Damn, that's what my reaction was, you know? Like, I was lurking here and there. Dead Island 2? I think so.
Those who acquire incomprehensible knowledge or insight about the world, sending them mad as a result. Whereas in Elden Ring, frenzy more commonly crops up in those who experience severe suffering and despair. And with their eyes aflame, they share that frenzy with others. That said, I still think that suffering and despair in Elden Ring does reveal a somewhat eldritch truth about the world. Namely, that suffering and despair are this intrinsic part of the world's order on a cosmic level. Look at Marika's minor Erd tree that she left behind in her village, for example. It is only the kindness of gold, without order, which, like many other things, seems to suggest that order cannot exist without suffering and despair. So, I don't think it's a stretch to think that Midra and the Hornscent of the Manse, dedicated to learning and discussion, could have stumbled upon such a disturbing truth about the world, especially since that truth has to do with the three fingers and the two, and there's evidence that the denizens of the manse were surreptitiously researching the fingers. Behind a portrait of Midra are three odd shapes with orange cloth draped over them, and underneath are fingers. These are the same fingers and stones that can be found in the finger ruins, and incidentally, the finger ruins of Rhea are adjacent to the Abyss itself. Shout out.
If you got Epic Game Store, the Callisto Protocol, it's like a horror game single player. It's coming to Epic Game Store for free in 22, so you can get that. I played it on stream, it was amazing. Definitely recommended. I mean, if you're into horror, that is, you know. But it is a single player one, but it's pretty good. Oh, I can just copy paste the link. Here's the link. No price. It's not like a promotional or anything. I just I played that game and it's super fun. You know?
To Zlovsky on Twitter, who
Definitely give it a
separated the
shot.
models so we could get a closer look at these. In the end, though, how Frenzy took root in Midra's sanctum is open to speculation.
Oh,
Maybe
I
I'm
remember
wrong,
this
and
guy.
it had nothing to do with their research. Maybe the fingers under these covers were never meant to be discovered by us. Or maybe the frenzy of Midra's manse had more to do with the woman in this portrait, who stands over Midra with a curious smile. We'll get into that more later.
Oh, is she
But
Marika?
first, what is frenzy? What eldritch truth does it reveal, and what does that have to do with the fingers? To answer that, we're going to have to go back further in Elden Ring's timeline than we ever have on this channel, to
Oh, damn,
the cosmic,
really?
metaphysical origins of life.
Oh. I am into horror, but yeah, Alvis, I don't like Alvis single player. Oh. Yeah, that's true. It's no problem. Just
All
I
that
mean,
there
even
is
then,
came from the
check it
one
out,
that
yeah.
great.
I mean, you can get it for free, just get it, you know. When you're bored, you can just play it or something. It's a really good game. But I think you need a really good computer to run that, though. I'm still either way, it's free. Give it a shot. It's like a AAA game, but they are they weekly give it a free. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna get that too. Like right now, there are 2 games as free as well. Epic Games Store gives it. Their free game rotation is really good. I got Guardians of Galaxy. That was super good, but everything is a single player though. There are some games that multiplayer, but not all of them. Callisto Protocol is one of those single player games.
Earths and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all is one again.
These words were spoken by Hayata, finger maiden
that
of
was
the
so
3
dark.
fingers, who
Lol.
divines their words. Let's break these lines down. So, everything in the world of Elden Ring is said to have come from the One Great. The One Great is essentially the beginning, a unified whole. It is the universe condensed as one. But then, a few lines later, Hayata mentions a greater will that made a mistake. And she doesn't say the One Great made a mistake, she says the greater will made a mistake. Almost as if the greater will is the One Great. And I think it is. Kind of. Perhaps it's more accurate to say that the One Great had a greater will. Because if the One Great is a collective, then the greater will
Okay,
could have
4 minutes
been
till my
the
meeting
dominant
comes
part
in.
of its
Thank you.
intent.
Good luck with your meeting,
Its
and I hope
greater
everything
will,
goes smoother.
so to speak.
Thank you so
And I'm
much
saying this in the past tense
for
here
making
because
my birthday
at some
so
point
amazing.
there
Thank you
was
so
a
much,
moment
Ruby.
of fracture,
See you
a
soon.
veritable
Goodbye.
big bang, where the One Great was no more, but the greater will remained.
And I gave you a badge.
This
I hope
moment
you
is
saw
called
that.
a cosmic rupture in the DLC
Thank
by
you.
Count Emir, who says that long ago we began as stardust, born of a great rupture far across the skies. We too are children of the greater will. So life had essentially been created, in many worlds possibly, but to give order to its children in the lands between, specifically, the greater will first sent down Meta, the mother of the 2 fingers, and then the Elden Ring. While we learn from the remembrance of the Mother of Fingers that Meta was the mother of all 2 fingers and finger creepers, it says nothing about her being the mother of the 3 fingers. Thus, I think that when the One Great fractured, the greater will and its desire for order wasn't the only thing that was created. Frenzy and a desire for chaos was split off entirely. This is a separate part of the One Great. that believes fracture was a mistake and that regression is the only path forward. This frenzied part of the One Great is called an outer god, as per Miquella's Needle. So, as such, like the Greater Will, it also has its envoys. 3 fingers, not 2. And the fact that its envoys are 3 fingers is likely no coincidence. 2 plus 3 equals a 5-fingered hand, and thus, I think 3 fingers being envoys sends a powerful message. The message being that if order is run by 2 fingers, then the other 3 are naturally the ones that are missing. Of course, this is just speculation, but I like to think that the 3 fingers are kind of a revelation in and of themselves. It sends the message that once all was a part of the One Great. The 3 fingers and the 2. Unlike the 2 fingers, the 3 fingers are free to tell us their truth. That there was a mistake in the fracturing of things long ago, and that under the branches of order, life now divides and distinguishes, leading to torment, despair, affliction, sins, and curses. And so they believe the only solution is to melt everything away with the yellow chaos flame until all is one again. I want to quickly talk about the nature of the One Great and the Greater Will, because there have been some revelations revealed by Elden Ring's DLC, and one of them is that the Greater Will both is and inhabits a lightless abyss, as is depicted by the empty space in Count Emia's headpiece. Now, this is going to sound contradictory, and of course this is all just speculative territory on a cosmic level, but I think somehow the birth of everything might have come from a void. The Greater Will's void.
Nice. Astel,
natural born of the void, is one such example of this happening.
Yeah, she went for a meeting,
because
so
of
I
this
think
bastard of the stars, we know that life can come from a void.
So once again, thank you, Scooby,
for the void is a clue to the Greater Will's nature, then maybe a void is also what the One Great was and inhabited. And so perhaps it's no coincidence then that when frenzy burns something, it burns it away to nothingness. One great void. In the gravesite plane, we come across countless spirit gravestones, which are gravestones that have started to turn into spirits. Fitting for a land where all manners of death drift, these stones, if crafted together with a swollen grape, create a surging frenzied flame. An item which violently spits frenzy like
butter. I remember the one of the fucker just stands on this alleyway. He just puts that flame there and then he just teases you while you are running towards him. Yeah, this is the worst memory for me in this area. It's cheesy as hell, but you can just run through it though. You know?
Frenzied flame. An item which
man, this is why I like this game. Like, I wanna love this game, but it hurt me in such a way I just freaking hate it. You know? That's the problem I have with this game. Elden Ring, it's just unenjoyable as shit.
which violently spits frenzy like butter in a hot pan. Its description reads, "Spirits are eternal, and yet frenzied flame melts them away regardless." It's no wonder then that Torrent, being a spirit, is terrified of this place. Naturally, too, the Hornsent, whose culture revolves around spirits, forbid the flame's use, and...
Okay, give me a second.
to stamp it out, at some point they would send an order of inquisitors to invade and purge Midra's sanctum. Though apparently, the fact frenzy is forbidden hasn't stopped the one who invented this consumable. The Mad Craftsman's cookbook that teaches it reveals that it is a record of crafting techniques.
Oh, you gotta see, you're gonna see a lot of these when you play this DLC. Yeah, remember this.
Left by a craftsman who served Midra and Nanaya. His eyes were burned by the flame of frenzy. But were his experiments with frenzy being done before or after the purge of Midra's sanctum? What I really want to understand here is, was frenzy brewing in the manse for a while, or did it only truly become a threat when the Inquisition invaded? Let's talk about that. We know that frenzy must have been present at the manse in some capacity before the Hornsent Inquisition arrived. Why else would the Inquisition have come to stamp it out? However, I don't think it was out of control by any means. I think they were merely on the brink of it, and that's because of this tortured phantom of the manse, who questions why the Inquisition and their cruelty was even necessary. While begging for mercy, he says, "I ask, what crime did great Midra commit?" It's not clear whether he simply doesn't understand the threat that frenzy represents, or whether he simply doesn't think that Midra is to blame for it. But I think we can at least take from this that frenzy wasn't out of control at the sanctum. It was just there, and the Hornsent Inquisitors had been made aware of it. But I reckon even the mere hint of frenzy would have been the beginning of the end for Midra's sanctum. And that's because frenzy is essentially a self-fulfilling prophecy. The fear of frenzy and its void inspires an extreme response to those in power, leading to the torture and torment of those who are frenzied, which is itself an extreme response that exacerbates frenzy even more, and on and on it goes. In the end, frenzy only really exists because of how awful the world is, and the torture to stifle it only proves that fact. So, when the Inquisition arrived to purge this damnation like no other, they brought pain, as was their way. These Hornsent Inquisitors are not unlike Rykard's own Inquisitors, who we discussed in a recent video. Both forces use torture to extract the answers they seek, and both Inquisitions likely existed to root out traitors and threats to their regime.
Let's go.
As opposed to the fire of Rykard's Inquisitors, the Hornsent's brand of Inquisition utilizes golden arcs called barbs, which, according to the spell, were a known symbol of coercive questioning. The barbs on the Great Sword of Damnation, for example, unwrap to pierce the victim from within, inflicting continuous wounds to assure eternal agony. There's actually an intriguing bit of lore hidden in the weapons skill of this item, which reads, "There is something of the Golden Order in the sight of those fixed upon this crux." The Golden Order. For me, this brings to mind Marika, crucified as she is upon a golden ark at the end of the game. Alternatively, since the Golden Order was created upon the removal of destined death, perhaps the Great Sword of Damnation evokes this fact by inflicting eternal suffering without
I don't think so. Never mind. Every sword in this DLC is kind of
death as a release. Thus is the Golden Order seen in the shape of those fixed upon its crux. Perhaps. It's hard to say for sure what was meant by this line, but I'm glad this line exists because I think it means that they want us to question why the barbs of the Hornsent look like the rune arcs of the Elden Ring. So why? Why did the Hornsent have these golden arcs and methods of torture that echo the Golden Order when theirs is a civilization that preceded the Golden Order and the Elden Ring? So, to answer that, while I think it's true that the Hornsent were around long before Marika, I do think Marika and the Elden Ring became part of their culture for a time. The simplest proof of this is in how the Hornsent believe that Marika betrayed them. Because for them to consider Marika's actions a betrayal, Marika must have been considered a part of the Hornsent's culture on some level. But for more evidence of Marika's involvement...
Make a Scoopy, what do you call it? The tag and then put it on my channel. I think I can do that. Why not? I think I should do that. Yeah, I will do it. No problem.
In this place at this time.
That's
Take a look
such an
here,
amazing support.
where you
I want to
after getting
appreciate
jump
it.
scared by a winter
It's just
lantern.
it's
There's a
just
stake
super
of
limited,
Marika here, and
limiting
for these to be in the
to
realm of
how
shadow,
much I
it
can
means
do
that
it.
Marika must
But
have
I
been a
will do
force
my
in the
best.
world long
Yeah.
before the Inquisition arrived. Even here, in this
I think she's gonna
sanctum
take the one
that's
of the greatest
geographically
supporter back,
separated
dude.
from the rest of the realm. And while you could argue that these are just here for a gameplay reason, you know, and that they have no
I think
relevancy
it's better
to
to
the
ask her
lore,
before doing that.
I don't think so, because
Maybe
I think
she
From
might be
Software
shy
are
or
aware
something
of the lore
like that.
implications of these statues. For evidence of this, look at Raya Lucaria. This is a place where Marika would have been unwelcome, and so there are no stakes of Marika at all here. All of this is to say that torture
Hey, did I
was
ever
ingrained
feature her
in the
channel?
Golden Order, be it via the Hornsent's Inquisitors,
I gotta
or
feature her channel
Rykard's
too. Give me a
Inquisitors,
second.
or the Elden
Yeah,
Beast
that'd be
itself. Order requires enforcement, it seems.
Yeah, I think I can do that.
Remember, Marika's minor
Yeah, I gotta
Erdtree
do
has taught us
feature
that there
and
is
then put
kindness
that to
without
tag as
order,
well.
and therefore that there is cruelty with
Absolutely,
it.
that's
And
a good
even
idea.
though such
Oh,
torture exacerbates
that's all
frenzy,
things.
it was the
Oh, God.
institutionalized way forward for the Hornsent, who, as we know from other parts of the lore, were a race that definitely had no issues persecuting their own brethren. The tortured phantom we mentioned earlier laments, "I beg you stop, haven't I taken enough? Are we not brethren, common in our line? And yet you offer only cruelty." Here in this sanctum, where frenzy was taking root, the Hornsent brought their full strength to bear. But perhaps the place should have been left alone, for the results of the Inquisition were mixed, to say the least. Clearly, the Inquisition wasn't prepared to handle the answers it found,
Okay.
and
What happens
many
then?
Inquisitors have become frenzied in the Abyssal Woods, revealing
Oh.
new attacks of Frenzy Flame. Interestingly, one
Did,
spell
did that guy just shoot a beam out of his eye?
revealing new attacks.
What is he doing? What is this? When did he become Cyclops?
Of Frenzy
I've seen
Flame.
this before.
Interestingly, one spell they channel is Frenzied Burst, which has a description that talks about how every single person who
You
attempted
actually fought them like that? Oh god. They just die in 2 hits. What are you doing? I just went there and then I hit him once and then the next attack he just died. So I never seen this mechanic ever they did. So it was so new for me because they die so fast.
to control the flame of frenzy
hilarious.
succumb to madness after a
You
desperate
killed that's
internal
suffering from
struggle.
success right there.
This is the same
You kill him
incantation
so
that
fast
Vike
you don't get
uses,
to see
and
their mechanic.
it might be a reflection of his own struggle with madness.
What a game.
The fact that this incantation exists is called a meager victory over frenzy, and this is why I think the Inquisitors fought hard before succumbing to the frenzy. Perhaps this first-hand witnessing of
Man,
the
if there's
despair
someone
that
for
was coming
this-
as a result of their own torture touched them. Or
I feel bad for
perhaps
you.
they fell victim to the aging untouchables.
This guy
the
is.
Winter
This guy
Lanterns,
is.
who
I don't know
we'll
what
talk
to
about
say.
more
This guy is a
later.
fucking piece of shit.
The forest is now truly the most horrific part of the sanctum.
Or he is a gimmick. He is invulnerable, so you cannot never attack him. But he will attack you all the time. He will just fucking chase you like a dog.
In my opinion,
You know,
not
it was
the
brutal.
manse itself. And I
Only
say that
obnoxious
because the
part about this
Inquisitors who
area.
occupy the manse are not the frenzied variant. Despite frenzy having infected the rats and shadowy Hornsent within, the Inquisitors of the manse don't have a single frenzy flame attack. Why?
Oh, really? Cool.
Well, I think that this was done to show that their Inquisition was successful to a degree, thanks to the majority of the Inquisition's strength being focused here at the manse. And there is Inquisition strength here. For example, one of the Fat Inquisitors is in possession of revered Spirit Ash, a powerful blessing of the Hornsent, and there are even the spirits of Divine Beast Warriors roaming the halls. The Divine Beast Warriors were an elite force among the Hornsent, but you know that already from fighting them, don't you? To be clear though, these aren't physical beast warriors, they're actually spirits. Perhaps these warriors were once part of the Inquisition's forces and then died in this place. What's more likely, though, I think, is that perhaps their ashes were given to the Inquisitors, who then summoned them here to fight, as weapons to be wielded in their assault. We do, after all, know that the Inquisitors are capable of summoning the spirits of their comrades. We know this thanks to Jory, the Elder Inquisitor, who rings a sort of spirit-calling bell to summon his brethren in his boss fight. And it's here, in this place where the catacomb spills out into the forest, that he holds down the fort, alone, a final frontier for those coming in or out. According to the Inquisitor Ashes, inquisitions often perplexed the minds of the uninitiated, and so seniority was viewed as an asset, and Jory is an Elder Inquisitor. Thus his age helps to explain why he's the last one remaining on the edge of the forest, endlessly calling in his brethren to fulfill their duties properly in death. One thing I wonder, though, is why inquisitions perplexed the minds of the uninitiated. Was it because these inquisitions were focused on torture so deeply? Could newer inductees not understand or fathom why they were performing these terrible rites? We do know from the Caterpillar Mask that doubt about the terrible rites that they were performing was a thing, and that they had to intentionally ward this away. So perhaps this torture inflicted via the Inquisitions caused a similar sort of doubt. Whatever the case, to an extent, the Hornsent efforts here were successful. The books were burned, the manse was stifled. And on that note, I want to talk about the 10 figures that are bound outside the manse. There's not much information on these guys, I think, but if I had to guess, I'd say that these 10 were Midra's associates, who were bound and executed outside the manse. They're somewhat similar garb to Midra's, and also the gold protruding from their necks might be an indication of that. This, plus the fact that they're just facing away from the manse, strikes me as a warning for those in the forest to stay away from the manse, which Midra's executioners have now laid claim to. And speaking of execution, as a result of the Inquisition's invasion, Midra himself accepted the Great Sword of Damnation and pledged to endure their eternal punishment, warning others to stay away from him, lest they succumb. But I don't think that this was a true victory for the Inquisitors, because in reality, while Midra endured, the frenzy was ripening within him, and one day it would be a fruit fit to burst, all according to plan, perhaps. Despite evidence of the Inquisition's victory in this place, frenzy is entrenched pretty deeply, now at least. The very earth is scarred, and even the animals are afflicted. Even the originally multicolored flowers of this place have changed to be colored by frenzy, and one particularly inventive perfumer has clearly used these to create the Frenzy Flame perfume. It's clear that frenzy is ripening here, and I think that most of it came as a result of the Inquisition itself.
Hell? Oh god. Man, it kind of feels me so dumb when I look at this and then see I'm just running at them with a sword. Oh god. What am I doing? What did I do with this game when I played it?
Curious enemy in this place that I think supports this idea. The Madding Hand. It's a human NPC whose namesake is a weapon, a glove, stitched together.
I don't know, my fantasy is just running at them with a sword, that's it.
From the flayed skin of the victims of a butcher's bloodbath. It was forged of an unyielding black impulse towards revenge, fostered in those who were hunted down as heretics by their own brethren. So, the heretics in this description would have been the Hornsent denizens of the Sanctum, and their brethren who hunted them down would have been the Hornsent Inquisitors. And now, the heretic's desire for revenge has been stitched together into a hand made of their flayed skin. Now, I was originally going to suggest that the Madding Hand himself skinned these victims to create this glove, but since the Tooth Whip exists and it was used by the Hornsent, it's possible that the flaying was just a part of the Hornsent torture of these heretics. Either way, this Madding Hand has taken it upon himself to fight on the heretic's frenzied behalf. So who is he? Well, he's actually wearing the Gravebird's Black Quill armor, which is an item that's cast in the image of the Gravebird, which is a Gravekeeper golem that's linked to mausoleums and to the process of burning death in Ghost Flame. So, given that lore, you'd think then that this is a man that is linked to the ancient processes of death, and indeed he's actually physically very close to the Darklight catacombs that brought you here, and catacombs traditionally do employ a lot of Ghost Flame processes in them. So that's kind of where the facts end on this guy and where speculation begins. For example, given the armor, perhaps he was a defender of the local catacomb who got swept up in or witnessed the Hornsent's purge, or considering the stitched hand that represents the heretic's desire for revenge, perhaps he now wishes to aid the frenzied of the forest. And do we think the blindfold could be related to frenzy? It certainly matches Hayeta's fashion, so there's something going on there, I think. Maybe blindfolds better enable one to envision the nothingness brought about by frenzy. Curious to hear what you guys think. Of course, none of this is fact, it's just my take on the guy. But of course, the real threat in the forest isn't the Madding Hand. It's the Winter Lanterns, the aging untouchables, whose presence is heralded by the Winter Lantern flies. These are winged insects carrying a dangling
What the hell is this?
And upon seeing these, the wise...
Oh my god, this guy makes me feel like I didn't even play the game. Oh god, I never seen that thing. I don't know what it is.
To stay well
and
clear,
I beat the game
turn
twice.
back while you are yet able.
I have no idea what that is.
Once you are seen, there is no escape. These messages are useful, but the most useful note of all is a page ripped from a diary and found in the manse. It reads, "I touched him, but only once. When he thrust his staff in my face, I brushed it aside. It was then that I touched it, the aging untouchable." Lore-wise, it's hard to know who wrote this note, but since it's a page ripped from a diary, you'd think then that this would have been written by a resident of the manse, who were known for their bookkeeping. What's more, this page is burned, just like all the other books. Therefore, this record was likely written before the Inquisition came through here. So it is that I think this aging untouchable that the note writes about might have existed in the forest before the Inquisition arrived. The author of this note even sketched a picture of its likeness. To be clear, I'm only talking about one aging untouchable here. The diary only mentions one of them, and so do the winter lantern flies, which are insects that herald the aging untouchable's approach. On seeing these, it reads, "The wise know to stay well clear." And that's the best way to combat frenzy, right? To leave it alone. The quote-unquote wise denizens of the sanctum had likely learned this early on, and perhaps so too did Marika, who locked away the frenzied merchants underground, out of sight and out of mind. So, in my headcanon at least, frenzy had appeared in the sanctum before the Inquisition, and there was an aging untouchable roaming that the manse had learned to steer well clear of. Of course, eventually more aging untouchables would be created. There are 6 in-game that you can find. But frenzy had not yet gotten out of control. Remember, again, there's a phantom in the manse who wonders what crime Midra has even committed, and to be fair, is it a crime to learn painful truths? To despair? At any rate, while this note does reveal good lore, more than anything, it's meant to be a gameplay tip. It teaches you that by parrying a Winter Lantern's staff, the aging untouchable can be killed.
Yeah, I tried
Upon
to do
doing
it
so,
now.
most
It's a
drop a
fucking scam.
swollen grape, an eyeball that
work.
has swollen over time,
You know?
marked with
Oh, God.
fingerprint burns. It is proof that the Winter Lanterns have been touched
that did not
directly
work, dude.
by the Three Fingers embrace.
Trust me, I tried.
These beings are the most dangerous thing in the Sanctum now, especially considering the Three Fingers seem to have blessed them directly. They're even wearing rags, which might suggest that they've divested themselves of everything. But what defines them actually isn't that so much, it's actually something else. They are defined by their aging. Parry this Winter Lantern and you receive the Aged One's Exaltation, which reveals that their head is supposed to resemble this sprig of ripe grapes. This is fitting, but the most curious part is the quote that follows. Gift your madness to our Lord. Bless our brethren with grapes. Take care that they fully ripen.
Which dimension that's in this thing looks like grapes to you guys? What is this? This is like a grape from I. The I movie? The one Vikram acted? This is a grape from that movie. 1-to-1.
This quote must have come from a horn scent, since it says, our brethren. What's more, their walking sticks are twisted in a spiral, which is a horn scent symbol. So the aging untouchables were once horn scent, and eventually there were many. And whatever they were, aged inquisitors or denizens of the sanctum, now they exist to afflict the rest of the horn scent with frenzy. And this frenzy is defined by its full ripening. Ripening is obviously something that happens with fruit, making it very relevant in this situation where we're talking about grapes, which are eyes. And ripening is something that occurs over time. And so aging and enduring this madness is the key to this frenzy being powerful. And this frenzy is to be a gift, not unlike the Shabriri grapes we gift to Hyetta, so that she might glimpse the distant light. Frenzy is shared like that, and theirs is to be a gift to their lord. Which brings us to Midra, finally, the old sage whose frenzy they surely intend to have fully ripen, so that he might become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. This ripening has been enhanced by his torture, and the final words that he heard from his lady. Please endure, she said. It was a curse.
Oh.
Frenzy consumables tell us that the flame of frenzy burns the eyes, but tranquility follows in its wake. No wonder Midra desperately wants to rip the torturous greatsword free of himself. For in the end, the Lord of Frenzied Flame shall take their torment, despair, their affliction, every sin, every curse, all melted away. So reads the spell Midra's Flame of Frenzy, which is a remembrance incantation designed in praise of Midra, Lord of Frenzied Flame.
Oh.
Curiously, this description ends with the line, yet Midra, like others before him, was too weak to become a lord. And yet, he did become a lord. So this line is kind of contradictory, right? Perhaps you're supposed to read this as,
You break him, so that's why I think he became a freaking lord. You pushed him so far, so he just, like, I'm gonna beat your ass, I'm gonna become the freaking Frenzied Flame Lord,
Midra was a Lord of Frenzied Flame, but too weak to become a true Lord since you defeated him. Or, alternatively, perhaps you're supposed to read it as if Midra was originally too weak to become a Lord long ago, but over time he did become strong enough to become one. Or rather,
like that,
he endured long enough to become one.
Leave. Now. Come no closer. No closer, I say. The man's wealth. The depths of your foolishness.
Black Wukong at a threat. I want to see that. Maybe I'll watch this after this. Why not?
Enough.
Yeah, you've done it now. Prepare to get your ass whooped.
Than enough.
What he said?
More. I have endured more than enough. I ask you forgive me, dearest Nanaya.
From this dialogue, we learn a few things. One is that Midra genuinely sees the madness as a curse, and is worried about what it could do to others. Thus, he warns you to stay away. Two is that he genuinely cares about his lady, who he calls dearest Nanaya. And third, since Midra asks for Nanaya's forgiveness when he succumbs to frenzy, I think Midra believes that Nanaya told him to endure for the sake of others, yes, but also for her. So, this maiden essentially wants Midra to suffer in righteous hardship for the one that he loves. Now, where have we heard that before?
If you are prepared to show resolve and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of I, Shabriri. Your flesh will serve as kindling, and the girl can be spared, setting you on the righteous path of lordship.
So let's discuss the idea, the theory that Nanaya told Midra to endure specifically so that the frenzy could ripen within him. And then let's discuss the theory that he told him to do this because Nanaya is Shabriri, a being who is chaos incarnate,
I didn't know you could
put on this
save a
earth
heart.
to ensure that chaos has its lord. In the base game, we learn that Shabriri is a sort of skinwalker, someone who has the ability to inhabit the bodies of others. In his case, after they die, as he does with Yura, someone who is close to us. Thus, as the theory goes, perhaps Shabriri also came to inhabit Nanaya's skin, to encourage Midra's endurance and bring about a lord in Midra's sanctum through what Shabriri calls righteous hardship. This wouldn't be the first time that Shabriri has attempted such a thing. It wouldn't even be the second. The player character is encouraged to embrace frenzy, to spare the life of their maiden, and so was Vike, the Tarnished who came close to becoming Elden Lord. We have an entire Prepare to Cry episode on Vike's story that explains him and all the characters associated with frenzy, so check that out after this if you need a recap, but let me quickly read you one item description now that will succinctly explain Vike's story for anyone who doesn't know. The fingerprint armor states, no other Tarnished was closer to the throne of the Elden Lord than Vike, but without announcement, Vike travelled far below the capital and was scorched by the flame of frenzy. Did he make his choice for his maiden, or did some other force lure him with suggestion? Since Shabriri advocates for us becoming the Lord of Frenzied Flame in the context of saving our maiden, burning in the Fell God's flame, I'd argue that Shabriri did the same with Vike, who would have been faced with the same choice. And with Midra being yet another potential Lord of Frenzied Flame, who would also do anything for his maiden, we've established a pretty significant trend in how Shabriri might be using these three characters. In regards to Midra's character specifically, the name Nanaya could be a reference to the goddess of love from Mesopotamian folklore. It's a name that carries connotations of sensuality and charm, things that would definitely help to explain why Midra might have been so enraptured by her. And as one last piece of evidence for the theory that Nanaya might be inhabited by Shabriri, take a look at the Shabriri's Woe talisman, which was made in Shabriri's disturbing likeness. It states the corners of his mouth are upturned in an almost flirtatious manner. And I find it so perfectly creepy that Nanaya has a similar smile to Shabriri in the portrait here. It's so good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I love this theory. I find it cool, and admittedly, the rule of cool might be affecting how strongly I advocate for this theory, so you should keep that in mind when listening to me. And on that note, I do want to say, I first came across this theory in this Reddit thread, and it was through the process of agreeing and disagreeing with multiple arguments here that I came to my own conclusion. And my conclusion is that it's possible that Nanaya could be Shabriri, but it's also possible that Nanaya is just her own character, using a similar playbook as Shabriri. Either way, though, in my eyes, Nanaya is still a chilling, manipulative character who cursed Midra to endure very intentionally. But there are definitely a few ways to interpret Nanaya as a character, and I'd encourage you to come to your own conclusion on this as well. For example, another interpretation might be that instead of being literally Shabriri, Nanaya could instead parallel Hyetta, another sort of skinwalker in the base game who, seemingly unintentionally, occupies Irina's flesh.
Man, that looks
in
like
her story, Hyetta fulfills the role of Finger Maiden for you in the Frenzy storyline, except she's the maiden to the 3 fingers, not the 2, and maybe Nanaya was a sort of maiden to Midra, albeit a more manipulative one. And as another alternative interpretation, I guess you could argue that Nanaya isn't an advocate for Frenzy at all, but I reckon it'd be hard to do personally. That's because the evidence of Nanaya being honest and really genuinely wanting Midra to endure for his own sake is kind of undone by the fact that when we find Nanaya's body in-game, she's actually cradling someone who was a prior Lord of Frenzied Flame, albeit a feeble Lord of Frenzied Flame. Nanaya's torch is a torch made by attaching a dying Flame of Frenzy to a small spinal column. Now, this English description kind of makes it sound like it was
a spine? That looks like a spine of a person. I think it is.
Crafted item, with Frenzy being attached to the spine, but the Japanese description makes no such claims, and indeed the Frenzy at the tip of the spine simply reflects, I think, one who was a past Lord of Frenzied Flame, since such lords always have their spines culminate.
Do you break his spine and then take it and use it as a weapon? That would be cool. Please beat this guy's spine.
In a frenzied void. Anyway, the description goes on to read that in a distant land, in an age long past, was born a man who failed to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. All that remains of him is cradled gently by Nanaya. This description notes that the feeble Lord of Frenzied Flame existed in a distant land and an age long past. Now, one interpretation of that is that the realm of shadow itself is.
Hey, these guys love to put that stone here. What's that called? Gravestone everywhere. Look at this. Gravestone, gravestone, gravestone.
One interpretation of that is that the realm of
gravestone, gravestone, gravestone.
shadow itself is that section. Distant land in question, and that a Lord of Frenzied Flame rose here long ago, even before Midra. Alternatively, you might interpret the distant land as being distant from the lands between entirely, and that the feeble Lord's remains were carried here, maybe by Nanaya. It's kind of up to you. What is clear, though, is that there were other aspiring Lords of Frenzy before Midra, yet all of them were too weak. And surely for Nanaya to cradle this feeble Lord so tenderly suggests a connection between her and the Lord. Therefore, I feel like Nanaya has to have some malintent here with Midra, right? I mean, she's literally sitting in his chair, cradling a prior Lord's feeble remains. And since Midra is worried about the frenzy spreading, I don't think he'd be too happy about her holding this torch. Not to mention, torches light the way ahead, so symbolically she's having her path ahead lit by frenzy. Now, I've seen some speculation that this spine belongs to Nanaya's child. The main arguments that I've read are that the spine is specifically defined as small and that Nanaya cradles it affectionately. But just because Nanaya cradles something doesn't mean it's definitively her child. To me, this just reveals that she has affection and perhaps pity for the subject. What's more, the spine being described as small to me is an indication that it belongs to a feeble lord, not that it's literally a child's spine. Indeed, the spine is quite large and is described as having belonged to a man. Okay, but could this have been her adult
Could this
child
be
then,
Alexander?
who failed to become a Lord of Frenzied Flame long ago?
Could this be Alexander?
She could just be cradling their remains. And
That
I
would be
mean,
funny.
I guess you can't rule it out. But then some people insist that this was Midra's child, because Nanaya has her hand over her stomach in the portrait here,
Yeah,
a pose
that
that
makes sense.
some believe suggests that she was pregnant at the time her portrait was taken. For this to be true, the child would have had to grow up in the sanctum and then succumb to frenzy and then fail to become a lord. But that's a lot of history for the sanctum to have had, so you'd think surely such history would have been mentioned in the lore if it had happened.
Yeah, that
So
would
while I
make
think
sense.
these theories are compelling,
Yeah, it doesn't
I
make
don't
any sense.
subscribe to them.
I'm just
personally.
pretending.
I
Let's be
believe that
honest.
Nanaya did have a history with a feeble lord long ago. But to me, since she has such clear, sinister intent in telling Midra to endure, I'm not sure that she can be this well-intentioned mother. And the idea of her being an advocate for the frenzied flame and still giving birth rubs me the wrong way as well, because birth is kind of a sticking point for those
Yeah,
who
that's a
advocate
gross
for frenzied flame.
description.
In the
But I
base
think that
game,
I'm-
Hayata is euphoric at the idea of no more fracture and no more birth, so if you believe that Nanaya is aligned with frenzy, then birth probably isn't too high on her agenda. So in the end, Nanaya's character continues to pose so many questions, like where was the distant land that her torch alludes to? What age long past featured this feeble, frenzied lord? Nanaya wears spiraling clothing and hair in the style of the horn scent, but is she their brethren or is she pretending? Did she truly bring frenzy to the manse? Did she slander the sanctum and bring the Inquisition? Did she bring about the aging untouchables with the goal of creating a new, ripened lord? So many questions and so much uncertainty, and yet I'm sure that the intriguing character of Nanaya will become an enduring mystery for the lore community for years to come, and that is always fun. Before I move on, look at your walls. Would they look better with some artwork there? So right now, Displate have a deal where if you buy with the link in my description, you can get 22% off if you buy 1 or 2 Displates, or 33% off if you buy more than 3. I have a store full of Displate art, and the newest print is this one,
If you want
Skyward
lore, you
Swords
gotta see
by
this channel.
Anato Finstark. A print that was previously
None of them
Patreon
even come
exclusive,
close.
so now it's available on Displate for the first time. Displate are these metal prints that use a magnet mounting system, and they're so easy to hang on a wall. The prints are excellent quality, and they've just been a steadfast sponsor of this channel. So if you're enjoying this video, please consider picking one up for yourself. And
That looks
remember,
awesome.
if you buy 3, it's even cheaper. Regardless, thank you
What
for
game is
listening.
this?
Let's
Can I
get
play a
back to the
game like
video.
this?
On the topic of Midra's endurance, one observation I was so happy to come across was this tweet by Lil Church Law, who comments on some assets extracted by Zlovsky II. These 2 accounts are great follows, by the way. Church notes that Midra wears a brooch adorned with green jewels, which in FromSoft games commonly means that it increases your stamina. So, they argue, for Midra, maybe these helped in fortifying his quote-unquote endurance. In Elden Ring specifically, the jewels are Viridian Amber, and The Viridian Amber Medallion +3 actually is found very close by in the Darklight Catacombs, so the idea that Midra might have had access to this fortifying resource is a good little theory, for sure. Anyway, let's conclude.
Jesus, he just fucking yanks his head off. His full attention to detail, that guy uses a dagger, like on his left hand. He hits you with it sometimes
In the
to
end,
stagger you.
with you pushing him over the edge, Midra finally gives into that blissful salvation, his frenzy. But it's not enough, and his ripening was all for naught. But it's no matter, for as long as order remains, it seems, chaos cannot die. And there are other prospects.
I can tell you one
Like-
thing, the game
like
looks
you,
amazing. but
Tarnished, exposed
that's
to the
pretty much it.
injustices of the
Like
world,
you-
who might go on.
That's why I
to
don't
become
really
Lord of Frenzied
enjoy the
Flame.
map. Like it
For
looks
unlike
good,
Midra,
yes.
you are bolstered by the great runes of the
You
Elden
know.
Ring. You are unleashing frenzy from within the Erd Tree itself. Surely that has to count for something.
Yeah, you
Though,
just become the
even
freaking
then,
nuke.
this ending might not strictly be the end, for Melina believed in the beauty of the world that you burned down, despite its flaws. So, Melina, holding fast to Torrent's whistle, promises to deliver you a destined death, as Torrent burns away, his screams echoing in the distance. He was afraid for good reason. Thank you for watching.
You're a space donkey. What is that? Is that a blue one? Yeah, this is literally Resident Evil. Okay, I want to know what happened with that Wulong. Wukong? Wukong, not Wulong. I really want to know. What the hell happened?
Rank.
I will watch that later sometime. Yeah, Black Myth Wukong. This is the game I wanted to play tomorrow, but
Black Myth Wukong is a threat. It's a threat.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Black Myth Wukong is one of the most anticipated games of this year. If you're anything like
It's
me,
been
you're
anticipated
looking
for
forward
3
to it.
years.
I can't wait. I'm a big Souls
Oh,
fan
really?
to begin with, so
Yeah.
I can't wait to get my hands on it. But with that said, it's also
Every
been a
action combat game from now on is like Dark Souls.
game that's had a lot of hit
Yeah,
pieces
this
is
planned
bad.
ever since the game's reveal. Just recently, I
Yeah.
ended up reading an article from The Guardian where they're going in and talking and parroting the same
oh
points that
yeah,
I've
they said it's not like Souls
seen
like, which
many
is so
other
hilarious.
journalists say, and trying to paint
So
the game
normal
in a
people
bad
can
picture,
have fun in the
specifically
game.
trying to send the message that, hey, yeah, it looks like a good game, but the developer doesn't say very nice things, and we probably shouldn't support them.
Yeah.
So
hey,
today
let
what
it
I
know.
want to do is I want to talk about the media's obsession
ahead.
with Black Myth Wukong, but more than anything, I want to talk about
Okay,
why they're
welcome back.
obsessed. If you
It's not
haven't-
Black Myth Wukong, it's blackmail. That's what's going on here.
What? Why would you
heard
make a
Black
like?
Myth Wukong is
I
blowing
don't
up
even
before
see
its
it.
release. The
Wanna
game
see
is
it?
already the most wishlisted game on Steam, and
surprise.
just the other day, the benchmark tool brought in over 85,000 players at
It's
its peak.
insane.
An optimization testing tool brought in more players, 40 times the amount of players
Yep.
as Sony's open beta of Concord. Low blow, I know, but it'll become a little
I mean,
bit
it's
more
a low player count too.
irrelevant later on.
Yep.
With that said, Black Myth Wukong's developer Game Science likely has a breakout hit on their hands, and this is their debut title. But
If that game runs, that is, if that game runs without any issues.
there are those that
Because I saw the gameplay and then while you were fighting the boss, in the mid-fight the game started.
are out there that want to try and stand in its
That
way.
is unacceptable.
Just a couple weeks
Especially
ago,
in Souls
Tom
like-
Regan of The Guardian wrote an article titled Black Myth Wukong, the summer's most exciting and most controversial video game.
I love how people that write articles like this like to pretend like something's controversial because them and their 3 other retard friends that work in the industry complain about it. Nobody thinks this is controversial except for you and 3 other people that are as dumb as you are. Nobody else thinks this at all. This is Hogwarts Legacy all over again. It is.
Beautiful looking action game is based on Journey to the West, the great Chinese novel, but its own journey to release.
And my perspective with this is, again, never let people live this down. Not in 2 years. Never let them live this down.
Yeah,
Anytime they do something, keep in mind, always discredit them. Never, ever let them live it down.
Hit a bump in the road. Tom writes, after playing Wukong for an hour and a half in a London hotel suite, watched nervously by Game Science employees, I can confirm that, somewhat miraculously, this stunning Chinese mythological twist on Dark Souls delivers on that showy trailer. Marrying fluid-feeling combat and reflex testing difficulty and the expensive filmic sheen of something like God of War. As I sprint through Wukong's dense jungle, ducking and dodging through a deadly array of flora and fauna, I come face to face with everything from gi-wearing toads to nightmarish gigantic-headed infants.
This is the game, by the way, that doesn't have diversity. Keep all this in mind. This is the game that doesn't have diversity.
Many of its brutally challenging From Software-inspired peers, the difficulty in Wukong feels expertly judged. My simian avatar met a grisly end more times than I care to admit, but I persevered. Eventually, I defeated enough foes to unlock new abilities. Soon, I can perch atop my staff mid-attack, giving me an edge against its murderous mythological monsters. I can buzz around the forest as a stealthy cicada, summon flames from my glaive, and eventually topple a snarly, lorry-sized werewolf atop a crumbling temple.
I think that people write like this to prove that they know what a thesaurus is. I think that there's a huge problem with the way that journalism and writing is now. Reading writing like this, it feels more like I'm reading masturbation rather than information. It's pseudo-intellectualism. It is.
Oh, God.
We're Under Great Pressure reflects one of Game Science's co-founders who was introduced only as Ted. Game Science wouldn't give his full name via translator. This is the first time we have worked on a PC and console game, and we are also a new studio. So we really like to think how tolerant the players and the market is towards us.
Oh, God, that doesn't sound really good. This is the first time we have worked on a PC and a console game. Oh, God. I don't know, man.
Excitement encourages us. However, the thinking...
What do you think? Should I buy this game day one and then play it? Because I think, worst case scenario, it might blow up your computer, you know?
...of Chinese people tends to be, we look at the risks. And therefore, when we're faced with such great encouragement, the best thing we can do is to try our best to satisfy the expectations of the players and communicate with the players in a very honest way. China has
that's the problem right there.
This game
it's that
coming
they're
in
communicating
tomorrow,
with the
in 12
players
hours.
instead of the journalists. That's the whole problem. That's why the journalists are mad. Is because they cut out the middleman.
The mobile gaming market. You look at everything that HoYoverse has done, from Genshin Impact to Endless Zone Zero, Honkai Star.
Oh, don't even talk about the Genshin Impact, because that game has drama more than you think. Every freaking day, Genshin Impact has a drama. It's just a regular Friday for them.
Honkai Impact 3. These games have made a lot of money. They have a lot of players.
They do make a lot of money.
And what they've done is they've actually paved the way for Chinese developers to be
game.
able to reach global markets. Something that was relatively inaccessible for them in the past.
Yeah, true.
And in that, I'm actually kind of surprised that we're not seeing more skepticism when it comes to a new studio that hasn't released a game before, that's releasing a AAA game that looks as good as this does, and it's coming from a country that we normally don't see a lot of games come from in the first place. But I think it's great that
we've seen a lot of games recently, like Once Human, for...
Yeah, thank you for the raid. But thank you. Really appreciate it. Happy birthday, thank you, really appreciate it. So thank you for dropping by.
Example, and I think there's a number of other games that have started coming out of China.
Hope you're doing good. Thank you for the follow, Jay. Thank you. Hello, Pratik. Hope you're doing good. How you doing? How's your stream going? I've been lurking here and there. I saw your birthday and instantly read it. Thank you, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sweet, so sweet. Okay, let's continue. So this is, we're watching a video about a game that's releasing tomorrow.
That are pretty good.
It has some
and I
drama.
think that it's undeniable that like the way that China has obviously become a lot more part of like the modern Western world, or they've become at least aware of it, or like kind of a satellite to it.
Ooh, drama.
Nowadays, I think that's had a huge impact on their culture.
This is so funny because this is a game about a monkey, and people are complaining that there is no woman in the game. That's so funny as well.
And so one way it's impacted China's culture
is
that over there, people used to want to be astronauts, and now they too want to be influencers instead of doctors. So you can see the American influence in China as well. And I think this is going to be like a global internet culture that's evolved. And I think this is a good thing. Not that particularly, but in a general sense, people becoming part of the global internet culture is a great thing.
Like, it makes no sense, though. Why would you put a
From my perspective, I just want to see more video games. And the more countries that are out there that are making them, the more diverse ideas and cool games that we can play, and that's what I'm all about.
I think that's one thing that's really exciting to me about Wukong is, like, I don't know how many games I've seen that are about Norse mythology, and I love Norse mythology, but I've seen it 100 times.
They made it dark
I want something new. I want something that's like like the same way like how I played Lost Ark or like Final Fantasy 14, and it's like, how have I not known about this like amazing, crazy, awesome thing that's existed for years? Well, like this has only existed for like a few hundred years. So yeah, I want to see some new crazy shit. I'm Scandinavian, I agree. Yeah, exactly. Slavic gods. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that would be really cool too. Like any of that stuff would be really cool.
I thought Monkey
Witcher 3 is Slav mythology. Yeah, it is. Like obviously, like you see a little bit of that.
Monkey, the Wukong, the concept of Wukong, he's very similar to Hanuman, right? Wukong is. I mean. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he is inspired, I think. Wukong is inspired by Hanuman, probably.
I mean, obviously, Baba Yaga, I think, is like probably like the biggest example, like Chernobog, etc. But like even like what do you call it? Indian mythology or like any of this stuff.
To be honest, we haven't really even seen that many AAA games come from China in the first place. I think the only one that I can think of off the top of my head is like Rocket Blade
I wonder why. Probably the reason because India and China are pretty close to each other. Maybe that's the reason why. I don't know. Maybe
that's pretty much about it.
Yeah, it's a Chinese
game.
But one of the things the developers brought up was that they feel like they're under a lot of pressure, and I don't think people really understand or recognize just how much pressure that they're under. Because keep in mind, they have far more rules and restrictions that they need to follow before they can even try to ship a game outside of their country.
Well, there's also like the huge cultural expectation that this game that represents one of the most nationalistic countries in the entire world, that has more pride than almost any other country in the world.
Yeah.
And they are the ones who are the ones who are in charge of telling the story to the world. That is a crazy amount of pressure.
My relatives came and then they wished me some birthday wishes and got some cake and stuff.
And way more restrictions than Western studios have. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But with that said, you also have clashes in culture and things like that. And I think what they've chose to do, especially with Black Myth Wukong, is just emulate the success of another game and try to adapt their ideologies or their philosophies of game design into their game. And that's what Black Myth Wukong kind of represents to me. It's a smart idea. You're going to be able to hook up with a pretty large audience because a lot of people really like Souls games, especially after Elden Ring. So it's a great idea to be able to reach as many players.
Well, it's not like Dark Souls invented action combat games either. I mean, like, look at God of War. Like, there's plenty of games that have come out before Dark Souls that were like this. The truth is that action combat games are just really popular because they're super fun. Like Devil May Cry, like there's a million of them.
Oh yeah, Devil May Cry. What else is that?
One of the other difficulties that they're running into is one that's completely unnecessary. And it's the fact that for some odd reason, there are a lot of Western critics that do not want to see this game get any level of success.
Yep.
Tom continues with his article saying, I am unfortunately met with very little honest communication when I bring up a report from IGN which related alleged sexist comments from multiple developers at Game Science, as well as those in leadership roles. I presented Ted with the opportunity to address those claims of misogynistic posts and whether he feels they represent Game Science's values. Instead, I am shut down with a hasty no comment from their UK PR representative, and then, after a long wait, given a longer statement of no comment via Ted's translator. I am then told that Game Science's US PR agency will follow up later with a prepared statement, only to be sent the following. Game Science is focused on the demo at this time and will only answer questions related to gameplay.
So,
W take right there. You came to play a game, ask about the game. Don't ask about dumb shit that someone put on a fucking Twitter. You know? That's a W take right there.
Abso-fucking-lutely, by the way. Abso-fucking-lutely Giga Chad move. And you have to understand why
that
it's a Giga Chad move. That is the smartest move. You came here to play a fucking video game. Play the goddamn game, you know? And in order to understand that, you have to understand what the power dynamic that these journalists are trying to create is. So what they do is they create a problem, or they identify a problem, and then they make this problem seem like it's a big issue to the company, and then the company then needs to capitulate to this like journalist company or this magazine or this group in order to make them happy.
Oh yeah.
So the entire power dynamic is created off of caring about what these people think. So that if you don't care what they think, the entire thing falls apart. That's it, right? The response translates to I don't give a fuck, right? They blackmail you, exactly. And so they basically create this thing where they appoint themselves as the arbiters of what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. They define where you are on that parameter, and then they want you to play inside of the rules that they created in order to make themselves relevant. That's what's happening here. It's a power trip. Yes, it's an absolute power dynamic.
It's just
and the only way you win
trip.
this game is by not playing it.
Yep.
That's the truth. That's the way you win the game right there, is you just simply don't play the fucking game.
I didn't think of it from that
angle. They try to create their own power.
Yes,
they're creating their own power. And a Chinese company doesn't care about that. And I think that more American companies need to feel the same way. You educate me on the whole game journalist thing, because
it's not like they don't care about that, because they do care about it, but only within their own country and their restrictions, you know, or maybe to an extent to the country they are gonna sell the game on, but they don't give a crap about what the Westerners think at all.
Never paid attention to all the bullshit in the first place, but I didn't realize that other people do pay attention. It's like this with other types of journalism too. It's just that games journalism is small scope enough, and it's enough of a microcosm for us to be able to perceive everything that's happening inside of the space. But I think the exact same thing probably happens in larger scale journalism too, but it's more abstract and you're not able to perceive it as well.
Related to gameplay.
Most of the mobile phone reviews.
Happened to an IGN reporter at a demo in Los Angeles last month. It is
and you can see how obviously if Game Science just simply doesn't take it seriously and doesn't listen to them, then they have no power.
Yep.
Because this isn't a problem that the players have. And this is a very important component too. Players don't have this problem with the game.
Yeah.
Journalists have a problem with the game.
That Game Science is opting to invite journalists to speak to them and play the game, but refusing to answer their questions.
It doesn't
Perhaps
matter.
there is no
Look at this guy. He looks pretty
reassurance
cool.
to offer. A generous
For a freaking monkey, this guy
reading of the
looks pretty
situation would be that this isn't.
Well, it's that any reassurance.
Have you seen this dude? When he stands in, he
versus the
stands
power
like a
dynamic
supermodel.
that they've created. By giving them a reassurance, or by even denying it, you speak into existence the power dynamic that they exist inside of.
Inexperienced studio petrified of saying the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Yet, in failing to say anything at all, Game Science is also failing to distance itself and its game from multiple crude, disparaging, and misogynistic comments attributed to its employees and leadership. Journey to the West, of course, is
and you can see the words. These are weasel words, and this is something that like a lot of people that aren't really experienced in this. Petrified said, yet in failing to say anything at all, GameStop failing to distance itself from the multiple crude that are attributed to. See, attributed to is different than said. Attributed to means that somebody said that you said this. Said something is that you said it. And these little weasel words that are used are done in a way that an average person without a more erudite knowledge of language would not notice. And these are the ways that people manipulate language and they manipulate thought. The silence is deafening? Yeah, exactly. They're weasel. Yeah, they're absolutely rats.
Leadership. Journey to the West, of course, is no stranger to the world of video games. From Ninja Theory's 2010 Alex Garland penned and Andy Serkis starring Xbox 360 adaptation Enslaved: Odyssey of the West to Akira Toriyama's world-conquering Dragon Ball, it's a world of myth and monkeys that lends itself perfectly to gaming.
Keep in mind, this is the game that doesn't have diversity.
That's a freaking party, come on. This guy is a
Wukong's stunning visuals, cinematic beauty, and refreshing sense of speed could well make it the best playable adaptation of the Fable to date. But the unreserved excitement I would otherwise feel about it is being trampled by the elephant in the room. Guys,
this is like the same dynamic. This is like the professional version of, did you tell your parents that you're gay yet?
What?
This is the journalist version of that. When did you stop beating your wife?
Be honest with you, I cannot believe that they wrote this.
Me
the
too.
Elephant in the room, huh? I would imagine the elephant in the room is the fact that the report from IGN was found to be heavily mistranslated and misrepresented.
Well, it doesn't even matter whether it is or not. I think people are just simply, even if everything that they said was true, that is going to in no way, shape, or form affect the way that I'm going to play the game. Because I don't care what the political leanings or opinions of the developer are. If the game is fun to play and it's enjoyable and it's not in the middle of my face when I'm playing the game, then I don't really care about it. These people are activists that are LARPing as journalists that are now getting mad that they're being rejected by a group of people that are consumers and not also activists. The YouTube link goes to an Asmon video, by the way. Yeah, because a lot of other people didn't talk about it. Like, I usually, like, again, I try to cover all of the, like, any of the bad topics, I'll cover them. It doesn't bother me.
Misinformation about a studio either by the way of IGN's ignorance or their malice. The report that they mention is something that was parroted by almost every...
It's both, by the way. They're stupid, and they're also with bad intentions.
Other gaming news site. Headlines with this narrative ran wild since the reveal of Black Myth Wukong's trailer a few years ago, making sure that players know, the game looks cool, but guys, this is a very bad developer. This misrepresentation even led to Game Science's studio allegedly being vandalized by the people that were claiming to do it based on that news of the studio's quote-unquote sexist culture.
If I was the Chinese government, I would unironically fund a lawsuit to sue the fuck out of them. If it was actually mistranslated in a way that wasn't accurate, I would sue them into fucking oblivion.
Damn.
We could finally have a CCPW for once. For defamation? Yeah. Reminds me of the Hogwarts bullshit? Yeah, this is exactly the same. Except the difference is that this studio, like the Hogwarts Legacy, they still paid lip service to it. And like they were like, no, that's not true. It's not true. This studio is just like, shut up. Shut up. We're not accountable to you.
Yep.
Which is, by the way, 1,000 times better.
Eventually, through social media, readers and critics pointed out the mistranslations. Hell, Asmongold's editor, Clip's editor, did a better job of reporting and investigating, showing all of the mistranslations.
Context. IGN.
That's because the reason why is that there have been a lot of instances where I've been wrong about something, and I do try to be accurate in what I say and what I do in my videos. I understand everybody likes to meme about like, oh yeah, spreading misinformation. I don't really know what I'm talking about, etc. Sure, but my goal primarily is to be as accurate as I can be and to understand things in a way that is the most complete. And oftentimes that puts me at odds with the audience. I'm at odds with the audience all the time because of this. Because people have convinced themselves of one thing, and then they hear something else, and they say, fuck you, I don't believe that. But yeah, obviously we've got great editors that work on the YouTube channel. They do an amazing fucking job. And, you know, I'm very lucky. I think that we all are.
And published an article trying to smear the company
They sure
and
did.
the devs behind Black Myth Wukong as some sexist freaks because of some of their employees' social media posts.
I gotta get Kaisi to translate this shit to actually see if it's true or not.
The article cites one of their artists who basically did the still would
Yeah.
about this monster. The problem is that this
Yeah,
game
I would too. Like, I mean, it's not a secret. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, who doesn't? Let's go.
is this a,
either by
if that's a problem to you? I'm sorry, but I don't want to hear your opinion about anything. I'm just a fucking idiot.
Yo, thank you,
incompetence or malice translated these posts in the most uncharitable
Yeah,
way
Zenny.
possible. And this is nothing
Yeah.
compared to the most egregious
Thank you, Zenny.
mistranslation after one of the game
Thank you,
company
thank you for
founders
dropping
posted this
by.
in 2020, apologizing for the lackluster trailer of Black Myth Wukong just released.
Thank you
now,
so
how
much.
on
How
earth
you
do you
doing?
get
I want to expand my circle and hire more people. Get
Happy
licked until
birthday.
I
Thank
can't
you,
get
thank
an
you.
erection.
Thank you so
In
much.
reality, the actual
Mimi,
translation
how you
completely
doing? How you
changes the
doing?
meaning
Happy
of what he
birthday.
was
Thank you,
saying.
thank you.
And it's like, this is the...
Hope you
Do you
guys
remember
doing
what I
good. I
was
hope
saying
the scene
before
went
about how
well.
like there are some
Thank you for the
people that are
follow.
like they're like Redditors that are so stupid and they
Thank you, thank
don't
you.
even know
I'm fine.
that they're
What's
stupid.
special today?
The arrogance that a writer would think that he's actually talking about
you guys
getting
are.
blowjobs
You guys are
from
special.
his employees.
Happy me and wishing me birthday.
The level
Yeah?
of arrogance and
Thank you so much
ignorance of
for that.
that is derived because it's somebody who has never had to communicate for somebody
Happy
else
birthday. Thank you,
through
thank you.
another language.
How's your day? It's
That's
doing
the
good.
reason why. Now,
how are you doing, Vinny?
I've told you guys this before.
What
I
did
think
you
I probably
do?
said it in the original video.
Yo, thank you for the
I
follow.
have to talk to two girls.
I just had a dinner.
One of them's Korean.
Had cake.
And I had to use a
Like a
translator to talk
buddy?
to her. And there would be a
A
lot
little bit
of
with the
things that were
relatives, you know?
like lost in translation.
Afternoon,
And
had
she
some
would
chicken
type me some
cornbread,
stuff, and I'm like,
chicken
this is
65,
the most retarded,
ice cream.
dumb fuck thing I've
You know?
ever read. This is so
went
stupid.
pretty well.
There's no way she really meant this. And I'm like, she explained it a different way. She's like, oh, yeah, okay. And it's like this. I'm
Yo,
like, oh,
thank
okay.
you for the
Yeah,
follow.
for
Hey,
sure.
Jim. Hey, Green.
Relatable, yeah. So, like,
Ooh,
I know
nice.
how it is.
Satisfied, I went back checking if anyone called this out when it happened, and they did.
And ultimately, this all led to the original writer
Hope
of
your
the
stream went
IGN
well.
report giving a
Thank you for
backhanded
the name.
non-apology, avoiding the conversation of mistranslation, still
Yeah.
perpetuating the lie, and upset over Game Science's lack of response, and that the game
Exactly, right? Because it's all about the power dynamic.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what it exists in. This entire thing is about a power play. And Game Science doing this is actually one of the biggest W's. I'm so happy to see this happen. I treat patients through translator apps a lot. A lot can get lost in translation. Yeah, man, that must be really scary. Like, yeah, that would freak me the fuck out, right? Because, like, fuck, that sucks.
game with a Monkey King and a bunch of anthropomorphic characters doesn't have enough femme-coded
Naturally.
characters. I am beyond myself. The gall to come forward and say something like maybe they don't want to say anything because they're afraid to say the wrong thing. What exactly is the wrong thing?
I tell you what the wrong thing is.
Oh,
The
yeah,
wrong
go on.
thing, in my opinion, is trying to explain to them and justify yourself. You
Oh,
lose when you play the game.
yep.
Apparently,
rigged.
this is like a racial
Yeah,
thing
it's
now.
rigged.
I didn't know this, but like growing up, there was like the story of the tar baby, right? Where it's like the more you get involved with it, the more dirty it makes you. Now, this apparently is is a racial term. I learned this when I just used it randomly, and people were like, "What the fuck?" But like growing up, it's like fucking with the
You wanna play the
porcupine,
game? Yeah,
right? There's a lot of
I am considering it, but it kind of is a performance issue. Like it has some lag and stuff, but it's not a Souls-like. Like people say, it's not a Souls-like, so the game is more fun. So yeah, I think I will try it.
the variables that
Maybe
I can
later.
use as well
It's coming
that are
out
effectively the
tomorrow.
same thing.
You know?
The more that you try to deal with somebody like this, it's like dealing with somebody on Twitter. Like there have been a lot of times where I have written tweets and then I've deleted the tweet before I send it because I realize that there is not any outcome of this tweet that will improve the quality of my life. It's a waste of time to do it. And that's why I basically never, ever, ever tweet. I never talk about it because I don't owe anybody an explanation. I don't owe anybody anything like that. Somebody gets mad about what I say, too bad, fuck them. Tar Baby's not racist. Somebody started trying to say it's racist. Well, it's the same thing, guys. Well, here's the thing, right? If you're in the South, there's a lot of things that if you're a racist, you can make almost anything sound racist. And so I think it's an issue. Why? Well, actually, wait a minute. Why are we even talking about this? Let's move on. Anyway, the point is that if you engage with people like that, you just simply empower them and you get yourself dirty in the process.
Because apparently you already think they said it to begin with, even though it was all mistranslated and misrepresented in the first place. Sure, they may have said some crude things, but you don't understand their culture or the intricacies of their language and how they use colloquialisms and things like that. So you're just applying what you believe onto what they are saying.
I just saw it like 10 minutes ago. I just realized what it is.
I'm appalled.
Oh, no.
Well, it's another example of
I just saw it. Like it's
probably upper middle class,
I don't know what it is.
privileged person in a first world country that is trying to
I was just showing you my
colonize
chat.
another culture.
Oh, okay, no problem.
It's like the best
How
like
does it work?
fictional comparison
Then
that
it
like I
describes
have to
it.
the people like this
okay,
is
it's an
Dolores
accident.
Umbridge
I didn't
from
know.
Harry Potter.
Oh, okay, yeah, no problem.
They think that they're doing a good thing and they're right, but they're actually so profoundly fucking wrong and wrong-minded that it's insane. Why liberal?
Why?
Because conservatives are getting mad about other stupid stuff instead. Yeah, I mean,
PB, thank you.
Yeah,
no problem.
like
Take it easy.
just stick around for a week. I'll make you mad too, okay?
Ridiculous is what it is. I'm shocked. I don't even really know how to respond to something like this. I think that Western critics and game journalists, not all of them, but some of them, view these Chinese-made games and games made in some other countries as a threat.
They do.
Because these are studios that will not fall in line with whatever
they're not accountable to them. And the thing is that once the Chinese studios show that they're not accountable to these game publishing companies, it will indicate to all of the other companies that are in the West that they too are also not accountable to them. And once that power dynamic that's completely fake, it's imaginary, once that is dissolved, then these companies have they like that's their bargaining power.
Yeah.
It's like basically if I say something and then somebody says they're offended, if I'm worried about offending them, they have control over me. But if I don't care about offending them, then they don't.
Yeah.
And so it is in the person's best interest that you care, that they care. But the moment that you stop caring is the moment that they stop mattering. And the reality is that they never did. It's just that now the public is starting to realize it.
Oh, yeah.
Narrative is, even if they are in the wrong. Because there are times, and there have been times in the past, where the media was wrong about something, but still wanted and still pressured the studios to do something and say something that otherwise went against it.
Okay, give me a second. Be right back. Alright, be back. Are you caps? Be right back. Have fun on this. Thank you, Zinni. Thank you for the raid. Hope you take it easy and see you soon.
And that's exactly what they're trying to do now. Still running with the exact same narrative, even though it's already been disproven. What is the point of that?
It's a power dynamic. So and this is something that's very common inside of any sort of oppressive power structure. One of the most powerful forms of exercising power inside of an oppressive power structure is an unequal or unjust application of that power. And the reason why it works so well is because it proves that the power is not accountable. It proves that it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. And it is a pure and raw explanation of power. And if you want, and this is what I've said before, right? If you want people to not fuck with you, don't be fair, be unfair. Because people can predict fairness, and people aren't afraid of what they can predict. But they are afraid of unfairness because they don't know what's going to happen. And people are more afraid of the unknown than anything that they can predict.
Ooh.
Always be unpredictable. And I think this is another dynamic of this, is that, and you see countries do this a lot.
Like Elden Ring bosses. Like Elden Ring bosses, you have no idea what the fuck they are gonna do. You just fucking die. You know, that's why
gets
people
put in jail for like a really
bosses.
long time for doing something that's like super small, minimal. Like, for example, Russia with like that basketball player bringing in a weed pen. Like, should she be in jail for 1 year for that? Like, realistically, I think everybody in the Russian government even knows the answer to that is no, it's ridiculous. But they do it because it's a power play. And that power play goes really fucking hard. That's why it happens. You quoting Musashi? Well, I don't know. I'm talking about like this from like what I've experienced myself.
Because now what they want is that even though it's been disproven, well, we still want you to tell us that you like women.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
What is the point of this?
Power play. That's why. It's all about
and
power
even
play.
more so when you're putting out an article talking about the overall feeling of the game, how much you enjoyed the game, and then you have to put something like that in there. Like, we don't know what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Trying to spin a narrative around this game to make it feel like, man, you should probably feel bad about playing this game, guys. You should feel bad about it. They're bad people over there. They say mean things on the internet. They say crude things on the internet. How dare they? I think the worst thing possible out of all the things that they said was there was an image of like a snake woman, like a lady that was like, her head was a regular person, but her body was like a snake. It was some like horror creature. And they were like, still would.
Yeah, if you posted that on Twitter, it would get 100,000 likes. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, true. Why do I feel bad about playing a game? You shouldn't.
You never should, though.
Are you serious? What, like they're not allowed to be human and take part in meme culture? Are you serious?
Yep.
What is this? What, like,
well, these people are grown up. Like, I guarantee you, most of these people were losers in high school. They probably didn't have any friends. And they were outcasts. They were probably the kind of girl that, like, you know, their friend group kicks them out in middle school. And so, like, from then on, they, like, have some, like, fucking, you know, they're like a 1,000-piece puzzle with, like, 993 pieces. And, like, they can never fucking find those last 7 pieces. And they're constantly fucking upset about this with a chip on their shoulder. That's what it is. That's the kind of people. Like, these people are profound losers.
Like, thought policing and
that's some
I don't know, man.
brutal stuff.
Like, I'm so happy that their position was, we're working on the demo right now, and that's the only thing that we want to talk about. Because at the end of the day, that's the only thing that actually matters.
Exactly.
The game matters. What they do outside of that has no impact whatsoever on what consumers actually care about in the first place. Some of these some of these journalists and games media heads wonder why they're losing subscribers, want to know why they're losing readers. Well, it's probably because of the fact you keep putting things in your articles and in these discussions that don't belong there in the first place.
They don't belong there. They're not for the best interest of the user. Remember when jokes were taken as jokes? Well, the reason why they're not taken as jokes anymore is because the people that are the joke police are, like, if you just read their Twitter profiles, I mean, I don't have to call them mentally ill. they celebrate it. Isn't one of the big underlying issues that people want you to not separate the art from the creator?
ADHD, and then there is another term, they just put it on their tags, like, what the fuck are you doing? You know?
Because people
be
think
normal. Jesus Christ.
that J.K. Rowling is a piece of
Is
shit,
that so hard
and now
to
they
be
can't
normal?
enjoy Harry Potter. It's dumb. Well, I think that a lot of people do that, and like you're always going to have a reason why somebody is going to come up with an excuse for like why. Like Stephen King says a bunch of stupid shit on Twitter, and I actually, like, by the way, like I looked into what J.K. Rowling said for like 3 seconds, and then I thought to myself, why do I care about a UK author's opinion on transgenders? And then I just immediately closed it, and I thought about something that was more important, like boobs.
I originally went to go and read that article
totally
because it was talking about their first impressions, and I was just trying to gather a bunch of people's first impressions on the game. And then all of a sudden, you want to go off on this tangent on something that was already disproven in the first place?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
It's a power play.
What is this?
That's all it is.
You know, this isn't the first time we've seen this. The Wizard game. Ooh. Yeah, that's right. Hogwarts Legacy. Game critics and journalists dogpiled this game as hard as they could. Wired.com gave it a 1 out of 10, not because of the gameplay, not because of the aesthetics, but because of the fact that J.K. Rowling had something to do with it, even though they're just the creator of the source material and actually had nothing to do with the actual creation of the video game, but that didn't matter. Meanwhile, a slew of other reviewers boycotted even reviewing the game in the first place. Some magazines didn't even post reviews whatsoever.
I didn't blame any of the streamers for not playing the game, because a lot of people got harassed for playing the game, and some people just don't want to get harassed. Like, I remember Silvervale got fucking, like, people went crazy on her about her playing the game. But I think that really, this is the way that I look at it, is that I have a very good memory, and I remember the people that that did that kind of stuff.
Holy fuck, I played every game on the freaking
And eventually there will be something that will make them look bad. And I will be making 3 YouTube videos about it. And I will farm it as much as I can. And if possible, I would destroy their career. That's right. That's the way I do things.
Wait, what?
That's how YouTube videos about. Very good memory, and I remember the people that that did that kind of stuff get harassed. Like, I remember Silvervale got fucking, like, people went crazy on her about her playing the game. But I think that really this is the way that I look at it, is that I have a very good memory, and I remember the people that that did that kind of stuff. And eventually there will be something that will make them look bad. And I will be making 3 YouTube videos about it. And I will farm it as much as I can. And if possible, I would destroy their career.
Damn.
That's right. That's the way I do things. That's how I handle things. I have got a good memory, and I'm very patient. And if something takes me 5 years... that wasn't too long at all. Yep, I will farm them. Absolutely.
Ever. And many of those that did actually review it still made sure to drop a little
And
piece
I have
of their...
done this to people before, by the way. I have. I don't like to name names. But there's been people that I have absolutely done this to. And every time that I think back on the fact that their life is irreparably damaged because of me, it makes me so happy. I feel so good, and there is nothing in the world that makes me feel better than that.
Jesus Christ.
It's
like a vendetta. Oh,
there
God.
are very few times in life where you have the opportunity to do the right thing. And in the cases where I do, I like to do it. The sweet feeling of revenge. I love revenge. I do.
Damn.
Absolutely. That's a bad thing to do? No, it's not. The bad thing to do is to allow bad actors to exist without consequences. Yeah, No, that's no, I don't agree with that.
Mind about J.K. Rowling in the reviews. What are the chances that we see the same thing with Black Myth Wukong? Is it going to suffer the same fate?
Bad thing not to do it. Yeah,
Regardless
exactly.
of how many people tried to derail Hogwarts Legacy, it ended up being the first title in 15 years to beat Call of Duty in sales, selling 23 million copies in 2023.
Yeah.
Proving that
and also, I think another element of this is the fact that all
badass.
the people that were virtue signaling about not buying the game probably bought it anyway. Because you
they
can't,
did.
like, big surprise, people can't control themselves with entertainment. That's it. My Chinese wife has an ancient Chinese saying, and it says it's never too late for revenge. Yeah. I love that. That's, you know what? Man, maybe China not so bad after all. Is it more like righteousness than revenge in some ways? I don't like ever thinking of myself as like doing the right thing or helping anybody. Like it's enough for me to just fuck with somebody that I don't like. Like I don't want anybody to think that I have like a savior complex. I don't need to be in the right in order to enjoy fucking somebody over.
Nice.
Now, it might make it feel better, maybe a little bit, but I don't need this.
Yeah, I think
That's
I know
bullying.
what I told them.
You know, depends on who they
Welcome
are.
back.
issues have no impact whatsoever on what games players want to play and what they want to buy. Hell, back when Activision Blizzard went through their major controversy, the players that were leaving the game weren't leaving because of what happened at the company. They were quitting because the game sucked. And as soon as they came out with...
That's a fucking fact. That is a fucking fact. Absolutely.
Activision Blizzard went through their major controversy. The players that were leaving the game weren't leaving because of what happened at the company. They were quitting because the game sucked. And as soon as they came out...
That's a fucking fact. That is a fucking fact. Absolutely. Yeah. People,
Yikes.
oh yeah, everybody just happened to quit the game during Korthia. Oh yeah, I'm sure that was because of the sexual harassment lawsuit. Oh
That's
yeah.
not. No,
That's
not
the
a-
real reason why people stopped playing the game. It was
No.
during Shadowlands.
the new expansion,
gosh.
the vast majority of the players return to the game. I think that there are those in media today that are afraid of losing influence, afraid of games, studios, and publishers
it.
that they
Absolutely.
can't pressure in some way, shape, or form. If the readers aren't listening and the game makers don't listen either, then their relevance is nothing more than a flickering candle in the wind and they're running out of wick. There is no verifiable proof of Game Science mistreating their employees. And the only thing that you have to go off of are some jokes that they have made on the internet that any other human would make. Things that you see all of the time. Creating victims out of thin air. What's probably worse for them is the truth that they're coming to realize. Customers only care about the value of the product itself and not how it was made or who it was made by. Catering
That's
to the
exactly right. And this is something that everybody that was the fans of AI or anti-fans of AI were very unhappy whenever I said this. Very unhappy. Oh, man. Yeah. My phone is made by slaves and I don't care. How many of you guys would rather your phone be made by slaves than pay an extra $100 for it? Me? Yeah.
Oh God. Yep. There it is. Where do you
These
think
niche
your iPhone is
audiences
coming
who
from?
actually-
Come on.
Shut the fuck up. Somebody goes, I'd pay extra. Fucking stop it. Stop it. Like, listen, like, we have enough, like, there's enough actual fucking drama.
Oh yeah.
And-
Speaking of iPhones, my state actually allowed iPhone to build a factory. That's like a 6 square acres or something in my state. Yeah. I think what's gonna happen. Yeah.
Like negative shit that people
Yeah, I
have to
think
say
he was
about
right.
me. We don't have to invent new things, okay,
Yeah.
guys?
do buy things based on morals is useless because likely they don't even exist in the first place. And if they did, they probably don't even
They're
play
circumstantial.
Video games. This is only another factor that devalues the perspective and the voice of traditional games media and reviewers. And I know that there are good professional journalists and reviewers that are out there, but I wish that they were calling this.
By the way, Tibetan monks can do this. I tried to learn how to do this myself, but I could never figure it out. Yeah, I couldn't do it. Like, 'cause it's crazy. I know. It's this stick. Yeah, I tried to do it with bamboo. The bamboo would keep breaking.
Stuff out, especially the writer from IGN
it's really
and The Guardian, because this is only serving to damage their credibility and the credibility of all games media. The lack of independent thought and reasoning within games media today is staggering. It just blows my mind. At this point, I cannot wait for Black Myth Wukong to come out. Not because I can't wait to play it, which obviously I can't wait to play it, but just to see the hot takes. Because you know for a fact, because for how long some of these different articles, journalists, and media sites have been running this headline and running with this narrative, you know they're going to be including that stuff going forward. Still trying to ask and find out, yeah, but you still didn't say that, you know, it doesn't reflect on your studio or anything like that. What does that even matter?
What does this have to do with the game? What the hell are you talking about the game for? Like, what are we talking about? We talking about the game, bro. Like, what's this got to be? What is this? Games media credibility is already almost gone, though. No, it's been gone. It's just that now people are realizing it. Why is there a huge controversy with every new big game nowadays? Stellar Blade controversy, Elden Ring controversy, etc. Because mediocre losers like to complain when somebody else shows degrees of excellence that they can't even imagine of.
Ooh.
It's the same reason why people like to always talk down about new streamers. Guys like Kai that try to reinvent the game. There's always, you've got these little rat crabs fucking try and drag them down. Mr. Beast makes videos. To be fair, some of this stuff was legitimate. But before the actual bad shit came out, think of all those rat crabs. He's taking advantage of blind people by letting them see. They're just rat crabs, man. That's it. Somebody tries to work and go above and beyond, and you see every other loser on the internet try to drag them back down. And you want to know why? It's like, if you want to figure out why somebody's doing something, figure out what they get out of it. What they're getting out of it is that now that they have compartmentalized and rationalized a person's good actions, or made them feel not as good, now they don't feel as guilty for the fact that they've wasted their entire fucking life complaining about things on the internet that nobody will ever care about. It's all about them. That's the real reason.
Like, they haven't made a joke
Misery
or
loves
joke
company.
or anything like that in the past. It's so disingenuous. And that's one of the reasons why the vast majority...
Massively disingenuous, and everybody can see it. And the amount of people that project their PTSD from Cyberpunk and think every game released with shitty performance is crazy. I think that there's a good chance that Black Myth Wukong is going to...
Not a good chance. It's 100% going to be a botched launch. Black Myth Wukong, when it's going to launch, it's going to run like complete dog shit.
To release with a shitty PC.
Worst case scenario, it's going to blow up your computer literally. Best case scenario, it will crash.
Report. I do. I think there's a very good chance of it. I think there's at least like a 15% chance.
It's 50-50.
And
maybe
that's
even 75.
just the way it is.
I saw
Elden
the gameplay
Ring
of it.
released with
Shit
shitty
just
PC optimization.
Oh yeah. And it still has the shitty
I
PC
hope it doesn't.
optimization. Oh yeah.
But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's an Unreal Engine
just completely
5
turned
with a
off
dinner
of
wall.
reading
Yeah.
articles or
Good
IGN
luck
or
with
like
that
any of
one.
these companies anymore. Is because it's so disingenuous.
world's burning
it's
PCs.
so fake. It's so
Misinformation. EVGA had a defect inside of a certain graphics card line, and the problem was actually not with New World.
Oh yeah.
You have to
I
remember
thought
that,
New
like
World
with
would
me,
blow it
I
up.
remember every controversy that's ever happened and all the details for it. You're not going to catch me in some fucking bullshit. Try to put your agendas out there. They even took accountability for it.
Oh yeah, EVGA, and then they quit making GPUs. Maybe that's why.
Hey,
every one of mine was
it's
EVGA too.
You don't care about any of these things. You're just searching for a headline that you hope will get clicks.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Yeah, that
everybody
could be the
can
reason.
see it. Everybody
they,
knows it.
They
You're
fucked up the GPU and then they
you're
just
making
said,
it up out of thin air.
Fuck it, we are not gonna make any GPUs anymore. You know, you will never get an EVGA GPU ever. And they had like so many sensors in their GPU. Their GPUs are top tier.
It's just
like
even worse.
It is the enthusiast GPU, I think.
It's not only that we didn't find you entertaining, right? So we stopped reading because of that. But now we can't even trust the words that you say because you're just going to say whatever you want to hopefully try to get somebody to look at what you're saying. What's funny is, and I should have brought this up, I might end up making another video about this, but recently I just saw that PC Gamer put out an article talking about putting community notes on YouTube videos and how this games writer was talking about how how much YouTubers like to lie. Pot calling the kettle black.
YouTubers like to lie. I guess the lie is... The lie is the thing that they disagree with. They like to clickbait for sure. Yeah, I think that clickbait is kind of annoying for sure. That's some projection there. I think here's really the truth. You want my hot take? I think everybody misrepresents titles in order to get clicks. I think that YouTube does it. I think YouTubers do it. I think streamers do it. I think journalists do it. I think that they all do it. But the difference with a lot of these journalists that work at these publications is that when you watch the actual video, the video itself, unless you're watching Mr. Beast, seems to be authentic. But the difference is that the content itself from these articles...
I think there is so much misinformation about the products these days in online. You cannot even trust any of them. Like, it's just... Especially if it comes from a person that does not have a reputable brand name, like YouTubers or like a comment section or something. Do not trust that. It's so much misinformation, wrong information. It's bad. If you dig deeper, it's so bad. Never trust anything that you see on the internet. That's the good policy to have.
Like, authentic either.
It's just
meanwhile,
so
none of these journalists seem to hold each other accountable. You guys ever notice that? You see YouTubers all the time. They'll go back and forth. Somebody will say something. They'll hold them honest. They'll make videos on it. Obviously, they can farm it. But you don't often see any of these games journalists ever going after one another for anything. Somebody writes a bad article or they lie about something or misrepresent something. Nobody wants to talk about it. At least not on the professional side. I mean, they could call that professionalism. I could call it dishonest. Anyway, I'm looking forward to Black Myth Wukong. What about you guys?
I am.
Anyway,
I'm gonna get out of it. I really
hope you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did like the video, subscribe to the channel and catch me live on Twitch if you guys want to watch me play some video games, talk about gaming news, and chill out.
I think it's
anyway,
time for
stay
us to stay
safe, my friends, and I will see you guys in the next video.
For a bit, probably.
There it is.
I don't know how long I can play it.
It's more like games journalists don't care about games. Games journalists care more about their perspective and like their viewpoints being reinforced by the games more than the games themselves. And I think that a lot of gaming journalists, they have a very toxic relationship with their audience. And I think this is something that streamers have too, in a lot of cases. And you can see streamers that have this happen, where it's like they have this very antagonistic and standoffish like relationship with their audience, and it's so, do you? No, I used to. And I think that really when I talk about a lot of this stuff, I speak from some of it from genuine experience whenever I've had this happen myself. So that's, I think, the case with a lot of people, right? Doesn't surprise me. No one said a review site is gamer focused because there's a market for it. That's obvious. Yeah, I mean, if I had more time, I would probably do something like that. I just don't really have the time for it, right? Used to be a game journalist. I was quoted often in IGN 2005 to 7. It's more problematic with editors changing your scores or pushing you to focus on things. Yeah, I'm sure it's probably a lot worse than what people lead on. It's like protesters and activists. They care about disrupting normal people's lives more rather than the actual issues that they're protesting about. Well, I think that most people, again, in order to understand why they're doing something, it's because of the fact that it makes them feel good. And it makes them feel like they're doing the right thing. That's the main focus, nothing else besides that. Feels like a one-sided chat room. We get chastised being parasocial, but that's just your brand. I wonder if you actually just hate us. Oh, I actually just hate you guys? No, I mean, I think I've spent too much time on stream to just hate you guys. Yeah, no, that's not the case. But here's really the way that I see it, is that I think that a lot of journalists have a relationship with their audience where it's like they view their audience as like a bunch of primates that they're trying to break through to and like spread the good word of like whatever their agenda is. And they insult the intelligence of their audience tremendously. I think that they're patronizing to the audience. And not only that, but I think they are the worst type of patronizing, which is they are patronizing in a way that is insulting to the intelligence of the audience. They're like, we are better than you, and they do it from like a moral standpoint. And I think that's what really annoys the most people. They're missionaries speaking to savages. Yeah, I think that's basically what happens. They see their audience as babies.
I see.
Yeah, pretty much like that. Yeah, whereas like for me, like I do think that I have a better insight on a lot of things than other people do. I do. And like I have no problem. Like I'll say, like, for example, you know, like whether it was like that Night Media thing yesterday. Yes, I think the fact that I've been a top streamer for almost 10 years now, I literally own a company that's a talent management company. I also started another company that worked like that, like OTK, and I've worked with multiple companies like this in the past. I do think that I'm an expert. I do know what I'm talking about, right? I understand this better than almost anybody else. Same with streaming or media or anything else. Like this is something I'm an expert in, etc. But outside of that, I pretty much just put my opinion out there. That's what I say. You don't come at from a moral standpoint. No. And I'll give you guys a link to this video. I love this video, by the way. This is like, this is my favorite video. Yeah. Be open to changing your mind when an argument is good. Yeah. If it's a good argument. Absolutely. Do you have any VTubers on your agency? I think the better question is if we have up to 100 by now. Yeah, if the company is losing money on subs, why don't they just fire the bad journalists and hire good gamers? The reason why is that when your arm gets infected and you have to cut off the arm, there are healthy cells inside of the arm that you have to cut off, but you can't systematically go through and remove every single bad, unhealthy cell. And I think that what happens is that these people have infected these different companies at such a systematic level that it's just simply irreparable. I honestly think that's probably what's happened with Blizzard.
Yikes.
I do. I'm very concerned about that.
Ooh. That's a good, really good video. I think it's a big nothing burger about that allegations they had. Reviewing the game, reviewing the diversity of the game, pretty much. How about you talk about how bad it runs, and then it has the shader caching at the first end, but even it had that, the fight just freaking lagged at midway. Like, talk about the performance, talk about the compatibility, you know? Like, that's why people look at your reviews for. Unbelievable. Not for the drama. Alright, let's play the game. See if I can now open it. Thinking City. This game is pretty good. If you like investigation games, you should definitely try this one. think I'll play it for like 1 hour or so, maybe. That's too long though. We'll see how long I can stay awake. I'm getting pretty sleepy. Not sleepy, like a little bit tired, you know. The whole day is kind of party day. Do you guys able to hear the sound? Give me a second. Okay, there we go. It seems like you can. Oh, you can just ride it? Cool. I gotta go to one of these missions. Robert doesn't give me a key to the expedition headquarters. It's in the northern cover side of the crossroad of Asher Red and Albert Ave. Okay. Asher Red. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Crossroad. Right there? Can I reach there by road? I don't. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, this place is blocked for some reason.
Extra, extra. All the news that's fit to print. Buy a paper, mister?
Okay, we are making some progress. I can see why he got into this game of Walking Simulator. I can see that.
Extra, extra. All the news that's fit to print.
I'm not in the mood for chit-chat, Mr. Reed.
Who likes to read? I think I have to read. Secret. That'll be stolen. Hidden evidence. Place it on map. Okay. The witch who lived in the eastern Reed Heights. Somewhere in the north of the intersection of Comedian Road and Museum Avenue. Comedian Road and Music Avenue. Comedian Road. Museum Avenue. Okay. Eastern East Side. Okay. Western Reed. Oh, there it is. Okay, I see it. Okay, I just have to catch a boat. Give me a second. That took me a while to figure that out, not gonna lie. Jesus. I think instead of map, they just should show you the location or something. That would be way more mainstream and easier. Looking at the map and figuring out piece by piece is kinda a little bit annoying. You know? I kinda wanted to play this game for relaxing, but it's kind of they went for the immersion, right? You have to find the road's name in the map and then you follow the map. But in paper it sounds good, but in practical, holy shit, this it's not. It's really not. It's so obnoxious. Like it took me how much time to figure that out? Like what, in order to do what, you know? Is there a mount or a fast travel I can do? Or something? seem like I will even get another boat. Oh. I see a boat over there. Okay, right now. Oh, I see why this place is called the Sinking City. Yeah, I totally see it. Oh shit, the whole place is sunk. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, what the hell was that? Oh my god, what the? What? Okay. Okay. That happened. That freaking thing was tanky as hell. Like, this feels like I'm playing Fallout. You know, it's just empty as hell and then randomly something just jump scares you. Let's go to the story. Like, the story was pretty good at this game. Gameplay not so much to write home about. But I really enjoyed the story though. Like that camera change was insanely bad. What's the closest place I can crash in? Okay. I see. Well, I totally didn't crash in the place I want to, but it's fine. It's super freaking subtle, but I am seeing something. Do you guys pay attention to it? This footprint? You can follow this. Like, I wonder where it takes me. I done that? Yes. The wriggling abomination that ever erupted from Wave's belly leapt from her body and attached itself to the nurse's throat with a bed smacking sound. Pulled behind it, the thought umbilical cord tore out from placenta in an eruption of bright blood that soaked my gown. Okay. Okay, my English died there. Stunned, I looked into Mother's bulging eye as she convulsed and bit off her tongue. Falling backwards in horror, I crawled back behind a medical cabinet. Movement of the arrow sliding across the floors. Oh my god. So the footprints is of the thing. Am I gonna fight that thing? Is it here? I hope not. Oh, those are brains. Okay. Oh, it's a rarity. Okay. Yeah, that's a rarity. It has a lore that's that fucked up. It sounded like it's an alien. You know, the alien just bursts out of a person's body. That's how it sounds like. It seems like it ran away. Like you can see his footprints going outside the door. Can I still track us? No, it doesn't. It seems like it's gone. It's gone for good. Most likely. Wait, hold on. Okay, not much is going on here.
the news that's fit to print. Buy a paper, mister?
Okay, before going into our deaths, I want to read if I'm in the right path. The private hospital in Western Reed Heights, where certain workers have been abandoned. As you said, didn't I just explore that? Private hospital. It's on the Bourbon Road. Bourbon Road? Oh! I am in the right path. Okay. I just have to find the hospital here. Oh my god, what is this? Hey, I know. Uh-oh. I think I found their weakness. Maybe I'm not supposed to be here. Ah, you can reach me? Lame. If it put me so far behind, I'm just gonna quit. Okay, I'm pretty freaking close, I think. hell? What? I can't even tell what's happening. Jesus Christ. I don't like this fishery effect that they have. It's kind of super disorienting. I don't know why they thought this was. Oh my god, it's just getting even worse. Ah, why did they do this? Oh. Okay, that's kind of lame. Not gonna lie. Why do you have a freaking fishery effect bar? So if the bar is lower, the blue bar, it has that fishery effect for some reason. Why? Who thought that was a good idea? Oh god, it's doing the fishery effect again. Is there a mod or something so I can remove that shit? This is getting annoying. Like, look at what it's doing to my game. This is fucking nice. What is going on here? Let's go to the third floor. Oh my god, I just killed it. What? I just killed it through the wall! What is with the game? You can't see that, right? I literally killed that thing through the wall. does this do? That doesn't do anything. Oh, I got something much easier. I'm totally missing the freaking mark. I am supposed to be somewhere, but I don't know where. So I'm just lost. Seriously. Okay, so I think it was not here. So I gotta find it in another room, I assume. And this sounds really boring, you know. Okay, Eastern Reed Heights, somewhere in the intersection of Communion Road and Museum. Avenue. Coming Road, Eastern Reading. Okay. So the coming in road is right there. I gotta walk over here. Okay. Maybe I just give me a second. Okay. Probably not this way, that's for sure.
extra. All the news that's fit for print.
me? What the fuck? Oh, come on! Ah! What the fuck is with this game? That explosion was nowhere near me, come on. That's so bullshit. I'm gonna let that thing was kind of scary. Oh, thank you. Just right here, I just saw the chat. I was fighting that something. I don't know what it is. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing good. Oh god, is this my life now? It just freaking touches me and then I'm dead.
extra, all the news that's fit to print. Buy a paper, mister?
What's your problem?
I want to beat that thing. It seems like that's how I progress the story. What the, how do you run in this fucking thing? Let me see. Is there any way you can run? Right trigger? Okay, for some reason they thought right trigger was the run button. What about the dodge roll? Melee attack, run, aim items, movement. Hold the gun cycle, mind's eye, impact, dodge. Okay. Okay, this game sucks. I'm done. This game suck ass. Never mind. I'm good. It's so dumb. This game suck ass. Makes a game that half of the gameplay is fucking a joke. Like serious, like get the fuck out of here. I'd rather play something that's better. Let's see a review about this game. I want to know what people think about this. Because Jesus Christ. What the hell? It's not very positive. That's odd.
Lovecraftian games are definitely on the rise in recent years with varied degrees of success, but the Sinking City's blend of a mysterious and cosmic plot with clunky but serviceable third-person action rises above many of the rest of this fleshed-out genre. That said, while developer Frogwares' delve into Cthulhu lore has incredible moments, the tedious backtracking and trial-and-error puzzles of this pulpy 1920s tale can be the wrong kind of terrifying. The Sinking City feels like it's picking up 8 movies into a Lovecraft cinematic Cthulhuverse, delivering a concentrated dose of its distinctive flavor. The first 5 minutes alone pull from so many of Lovecraft's plots, quotes, and themes that it reverently captures the intrigue and interest from these pulpy stories.
Innsmouthers' bodies were blessed by the sea. You're gonna see a lot of us here, so you better get over it.
It's not free of cliché, though. This is hardly the first story in this universe where we play as a private eye, for example.
Let's just say I'm a private detective and leave it at that.
But its mysterious, twisting plot is compelling and does a respectable job of combining old ideas in a new way.
Welcome to the proud city of Oakmont. Alas, now is not its finest hour, though it is its most important.
The Sinking City's open world is set on an island on the eastern seaboard that has suffered a huge flood, and the impressive environments find ways to enhance the storytelling. It's reminiscent of memorable games like BioShock and the Silent Hill series. As one might expect from a Lovecraftian game, discovering clues, fighting monsters, and visions of macabre and otherworldly imagery propel Detective Charles
combat in this game is
down
just
this
dog
path,
shit.
taking a toll on both his health and sanity. It's a real hoot. The characters that you interact with are interesting and well acted, but I did find it disappointing that the Sinking City frequently recycled the same character models. It's especially noticeable that all of the black men you actually have conversations with have the same cartoonish face. Other roaming black NPCs have some variety, but this strange reuse was distracting during some of the most shocking moments that otherwise do a passable job of portraying the racial tensions of the era. While the plot remained captivating, much of the actual gameplay of the Sinking City left something to be desired. Combat feels clunky.
Left something to be desired. Look at this.
Left something to be desired. Combat feels clunky, a bit like older Resident Evil or Silent Hill games, but with characters that react to controls at a snail's pace. I don't expect to be an acrobatic crackshot ninja, but maneuvering Reed, who's supposed to be a military veteran, felt frustratingly slow. That said, the difficulty was fairly well matched to his limitations, and I rarely had real trouble, partially due to the glaring absence of any sort of boss fights. That seemed odd in a game about overcoming epic monsters and elder gods. Moving around the map is tedious and time-consuming, especially before you unlock fast travel locations. The Sinking City makes an effort to show off its diverse neighborhoods by sending you through each of them in turn, which is great at first, but quickly turned annoying as I search for shortcuts around the maze of flooded streets. It's also a little immersion-breaking that its citizens walk around seemingly unfazed by the destruction around them, even as monsters are literally taking over. If navigating the city was a problem, the research system reached groan-worthy tedium. Quest information is often cryptic and borderline meaningless, and not in a clever way.
You're a private eye, yes? Well, I've highlighted the police station, city archive, newspaper, places you'll need to get to the truth.
There are 4 separate locations spread throughout the map in which you are meant to interpret information. So when that information is vague, I had to resort to running to each of them for some trial and error. Then I had to resort to another guessing game in order to combine the correct quest item with the piece of information I needed, and apply different
it's so
combinations.
tedious. I fucking hate it. And then I found a boss, and then I fought him, and then it was like, yeah, never mind.
Of filters in order to discover appropriate information. While the idea certainly has thematic novelty, the execution was
I like the story. They
One
fucked
of these
up with the
took me
gameplay.
several hours of
Like the first story, the interconnectivity was amazing, but I wish they just made it like a on the rails story game instead of like they just throw in the open world and then you have to run around. It's just tedious, you know. It ruined the game for
back
me.
and forth until something popped. In contrast,
It's so
I
boring.
thoroughly enjoyed
I got
another
bored.
mechanic tied to investigation.
I think I
called
will just buy the
Mind
freaking Wukong and then play it tomorrow or something.
Palace. While nothing particularly new or inventive, it's a way for you to interpret information with decisions about how it plays into the bigger picture. It let me sort and resort my discoveries by drawing clues and conclusions from evidence, and make decisions that determine the character's moral perspective. The choices you make here sway the outcome of certain events and determine your path to the endgame. This process is often fed by a retrocognition mechanic, which recreates elements of long-past scenes Reed was not present for, actually creating ghostly apparitions of characters in the past. For those that also played 2018's Call of Cthulhu, this was very similar to a mechanic in that game.
Take this, ape face.
As the Sinking City came to its closing hours, I began to notice that every character that contributed in a large way to the story fell deep into the morally gray category. This dedication to moral ambiguity made me appreciate the attention to detail and commitment to intrigue and surprise by the developers, and provided an ending with more than just a binary good or bad decision.
Not so fast, Charlie.
These endings weren't quite as climactic and exciting as the Cosmic Stakes had led me to expect, though. The Sinking City's creation of a new Lovecraftian vision pairs with compelling stories, exciting environments, and memorable characters to make for one of the better Cthulhu lore games I've played. Its commitment to tastefully updating the storytelling methods of the genre while preserving the setting and tone of Lovecraft shines through the tedium and frustration of trial-and-error detective work and excessive backtracking.
Yeah, it's so tedium, you know? The story was got here. I was so impressed by it, but I do not want to do it. It's so boring. Like, in a sense, you have to run around the map figuring out where to go. I just have to look up a walkthrough to have fun. You know?
I really hope Sinking
it's
City
not
gets
intuitive, you know? You're just lost. I'm lost in that city. Not a good thing. As soon as I got lost, I just lost interest.
Promise here that gets watered down by the tedious stuff.
The game lost me, you know?
If you want more Lovecraftian games in your life, make sure to check out our review of Call of Cthulhu, or check out some gameplay of The Sinking City and interview with Frogwares from E3 2019.
It's a dud. This one is a dud. Like, it has a good reviews on the Steam, but damn. It has a 71 on Metacritic. Never mind. Like, see, in Steam it's mostly positive, but the game is just awful. Maybe I'll play Sherlock Holmes or something. They're making a second part by Unreal Engine 5. Oh my god, why are you doing this? It makes your game laggy as hell. Unreal Engine 5 my ass. Finish my first playthrough. It's just, I think I will just maybe give it another try sometime later. With a freaking walkthrough. But holy shit, dude. Playing it freaking without a walkthrough is just a nightmare. That I don't want to live in. Alright, I think I'm gonna hop off and take it easy. Thank you for everybody to dropping by. Thank you for making my birthday awesome and amazing and very memorable. And I will see you guys tomorrow with that. As Soto signing off. Bye bye.